We are live. Justin, you are muted.
Justin, you're muted.
I accidentally turned off the background this time instead of turning off the video, and I was like, why are we still not on the screen? Oh, that's why, because I'm a dummy. Good. There's so many buttons I have to click. I would love to just have someone do this in the background for me. That would be wonderful.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. Am I right? I dream about that every night. What are your hopes and dreams?
Ooh, good question. I'm not going to answer that. Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a fair one for an entire
stability.
For sure.
Yep.
For sure.
The promise of a future.
If you guys
Please.
didn't keep buying those $18 lattes every day,
Yeah, because I do that.
you know.
Remember when they tried blaming it on avocado toast?
They're still trying to blame it on avocado toast.
That's
Oh,
going.
that's still a thing.
The iron is in the fire.
Also,
It's also
let's point out, like, who drove inflation to the point where avocado toast costs that fucking much? Like,
Don't turn the mirror on the boomers.
it's also the funniest
they
thing. to
can't
me.
understand through the lead poisoning anyway.
Growing up in Southern California, avocados are so cheap in Southern California. Like ridiculously cheap. I mean, obviously they're still kind of expensive because they're avocados, but like compared to like out here, like there's so many avocados out there, they're way cheaper. And so like, yeah, like avocado toast is like a little bit of money, but like it's not that expensive. I don't know.
Johnny, you can't blame boomers for the ways that their bodies have been altered by exposure to hazardous things. They're doing as best as they can.
Yeah, they've got lead poisoning, asbestos exposure, mercury poisoning. They're just dealing with the whole
All the good stuff.
Gamut. They've got a cocktail of crazy in there.
Mhm.
Oh,
Well, we didn't have the EPA yet. It's not their fault.
we should.
Yeah. Did you know that there's like a direct correlation with the number of serial killers and like their birth dates and the use of lead in gasoline? It is not a proven causality,
Interesting.
but it is a direct
There's a
correlation.
correlation. Yeah.
Interesting. That is so interesting.
It explains so much.
I think
It
that
is interesting.
I feel like this is encouraging me to set up a charity for boomers. We'll start raising money for.
Wait, what do they need money for? They already got houses.
You're right. Never mind.
Called,
Wait.
You already have all the money foundation.
It's a Robin
Here's
Hood
some more.
charity. It's a Robin Hood charity. We'll steal money from that.
We take money from them.
Give it back to them.
No, we give it to us.
We
Oh.
just take it.
We
I
just
don't,
take
know, I don't know at what point you should just stop calling it a charity.
it. Well, that's how they don't catch us.
No, guys, it's a Robin Hood charity.
No, it's a Robin Hood charity.
I love
No, I
that.
can
So you're
see
just
this is a
stealing?
charity.
No, it's a charity.
We will
Sounds like you're
provide
just
them with
stealing
tax
money.
documents at the end of the year so they can get the write-off. So it is a charity.
Ah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. This is how much money we stole from you this year. I don't know. That's kind of a good idea.
We meet criteria.
That's basically what Taco Bell does, or all those fast food places. They're like, "Hey, you want to round up so that we can make a free donation and get a tax write-off for free?"
Ridiculous.
Don't do that. Donate yourself.
Yeah.
Donate yourself.
Seriously, if you're gonna donate money, donate to something you care about and you've researched.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
it's
It's also
true.
so like
There
they're
are
like,
direct means.
do you want to donate 3 cents to this charity? I'm like, I've never heard of this charity until this moment.
That's because they own
Yeah.
it.
Not
They
only-
own it.
That's not always the case, but
Mm.
it is 100% of the time they've already given the money that they're going to give to that charity, and they're trying to recoup it through your donation. And so they're basically trying to double dip, get the write-off and get that money back.
Yep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I
hate
guess see the
that
class
so
action
much.
lawsuit forming against Walmart because for between 2018 and 22 or 24, either one, there's like now strong evidence that they had deliberately manipulated their scale software so that they were upcharging people for anything that you had to weigh on a scale.
Whoa.
Hilarious.
It's pretty messed up. It has like, not that we would expect any less from Walmart.
Remember
but-
when they were like last year at financial quarter end, they were like, we are being crippled by losses due to stealing, and you actually look at the numbers and it's like 3 million, and they did $30 billion of freaking sales last year.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah,
What
but
are you
Nick,
talking
Yeah, 30
about?
billion in profits, not even sales.
Prof-
30
yeah,
billion
not
in profit.
even. Yeah. What am I
how
saying?
are they supposed to buy that other yacht? You know what I mean?
Other
Like, if you
other
really
Maybe
feel
the
like
bonus was only $6 million because you guys stole $3 million
Yeah.
worth of
yeah,
food.
it could have been 9.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
money
it
was
could have
never
been
going to
9.
anyone else.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. And that's because you stole a banana, and that's on you. So
It's really funny. Like I felt bad when I shoplifted from Walmart back in the day and got caught. But now it's one of like the proudest accomplishments of my life.
yeah,
The
good.
more I learn, the
Yeah.
more I'm like, oh, that was
Yep.
the best thing I did in high school. I stole from Walmart.
Yeah.
Corporations
I
don't
mean-
deserve your support.
You know what,
Really
though?
don't.
We shouldn't steal from Walmart. Let them keep getting the big bonuses. We need those 1%ers nice and fat and juicy when we roast them on spits. And it's finally time to eat.
Yes.
Oh god.
Good point. Good point.
Johnny's
This-
taking Eat the Rich to the next level. Like he's planning
I love it.
recipes.
You're like this isn't.
I'm
this
right
isn't
with
a-
Johnny right now.
This isn't a cyberpunk story. Johnny's saying this is Hansel and Gretel and we're the witch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The witch
I'm
was the
thinking-
good guy
thinking
all
risotto.
along.
The witch was a good guy all along.
Twist.
Oh
Hansel
my
and Gretel were a
goodness.
couple of upper class scumbags.
The witch was the proletariat, baby, and those little kids were fucking bourgeoisie.
Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Well, I feel like we should come up against fattened corporate and capitalistic entities in this game as well. I feel like that's par for course in sci-fi stories.
Yeah,
Standard. Yes.
It's just a little escapism, you know.
Yeah. Now let's play a story where we can actually take those people down.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's do
Do
it.
it real life too.
While we slowly mobilize the real revolution.
There you go.
Get
If-
closer every day. Flowers are blooming in Antarctica.
They are.
Wait, really? That's
That's a slogan to Google, my friend.
Okay. All right.
It's less about the literality of it, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's the calling card. I gotcha. It's not actually flowers blooming in Antarctica.
Yeah,
You
these are
almost
those-
just
shut
rocked
up.
Justice's world.
That would be really scary if that was happening.
No,
Um,
it's Google it. It's just a call.
All
to
right, I
revolution.
will. I'll Google it. And I won't tell our listeners to Google it, but I will
Yeah,
say
you know.
you can Google it for yourself. I can't stop you. We can't stop you.
Wise words, Justin. Wise words. Before the big brother cracks down on this small independent podcast.
Exactly. You gotta,
We're spreading the truth.
Last episode was downtime stuff after your job, but we also had some pretty big revelations, I feel like, as well too. Y'all had some pretty kooky visions that revealed some stuff. Sometimes it was personal, sometimes it was narrative. Y'all, I can't handle you all.
Kooky vision.
But and then out of it, you guys got back to Warren. You stayed on Nightfall. Did some,
That's right.
did some
That's
right.
downtimey stuff. But Havoc just got a little too into the drinking, into the gambling, and drunkenly just stole a ship and bounced.
Don't drink and drive, kids.
Don't drink and drive, please. Don't do that. I don't know where to go from that. Anyway,
Oh, it's fine. He was
Havoc's
in a
gone.
good place.
Havoc's gone.
He's just out of here.
Everyone else has done all of their downtime activities, except Carlton Graves still has
Yeah.
one downtime activity left, and then after that, y'all gotta pick a job. And from what we've talked about, it sounds like you're gonna debate a little bit in character. You might ask some questions a little bit, but we'll get. Excuse me, we'll get there. You'll pick a job.
Yeah.
Carlton Graves.
What's
What
up?
is your last downtime action?
Well, it is imperative to recover. Especially
Makes
the way
sense.
these jobs have been going. It's like more dangerous every time.
Makes
I am
sense.
always wounded. So let's see. For that, I've got 2 harmed right now, both at level 2, bleeding and blasted.
Okay.
Because of flesh wound, I'll always mark 3 segments on my healing clock.
Mhm.
And we'll see what we get for the rest.
Yeah.
Now our crew quality is better.
Yes, it is. So you are this, and this I think is a good time to roll too, because your normal doctor, Dr. Carey, is on Warren. And you are not on Warren. So
Yeah.
you are going to need to roll to see if you can find the doctor contact here on Nightfall.
Okay. So crew quality is now number 2 or number 1?
Is 1.
It's number 1. So crew quality -1. So now we just don't suffer a penalty to this.
Correct.
We're in the 0 zone, which is great.
Yeah.
We are mediocre, folks. We've done it.
We're not living at a constant deficit of medical attention. See, this is why we. This is why
Well,
this
you
is
say that,
fantasy.
but I've had 2 wounds for like 6 sessions. I don't even know.
Yeah, I've been hurt for a while.
I just mean we have theoretical access to care, which makes us this fantasy better than our reality. All right. Let's see. I forget. So I can roll.
It's just 1 die.
It's just 1 die. I don't remember
quality.
it being 1 die. Is it 1 die?
Quality -1. Wait. What did you
No,
roll
yeah,
beforehand?
because last time it was 2 and we would take the worst. So now it is just 1 die, I believe.
No.
Oh, no.
Let's see. I think it's still roll 2, take the worst, because roll crew quality -1. So you are crew quality 1, -1 would be 0.
Oh,
So
we
in
gained
order-
nothing.
So
Okay.
it gained nothing for this, but yeah,
It says remember to add +1 die to your roll if you enlist a crew contact to help. So we can't do that this time.
cannot do
right?
that this time.
No, 'cause
So
we're
it
on
is 1 die.
It is 2 die, take the lower.
Still.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
crew quality -1. Roll crew.
We were
quality
gonna have to
-1.
eat that at some point, anyways. So might as well
I guess I
now.
still haven't internalized that when you're going through the rule book, if it just says roll, like that's the standard roll, I guess, to benchmark. Like if it
What do you
just says roll, it's 2 die and take the lower unless you have some advantage.
No, that's not the benchmark. No, the roll is in parentheses. Is crew quality -1. Your crew quality is a 1.
Yeah, but how many
-1 is
dice?
0.
That's what I'm asking. What's the default roll in Scum and Villainy? If it just says roll,
So you're rolling your crew quality -1. which
Yeah,
is
there
0.
isn't really a. I understand your question. I don't
Yeah,
think Justin's
yeah,
understanding your question. There isn't
Why
a
not?
default role because every role is assigned to some sort of an attribute that's going to have pips, and so it's
Yep.
entirely dependent on your character or crew.
yeah.
So in this
Okay.
case, the roll is based on your crew quality -1, which is 0.
Yes.
So you're rolling 0 dice, which means you're rolling 2 dice and taking the lower.
When you roll 0 dice, you roll 2 and take the lower. Gotcha.
Correct. Yes. 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 There you go.
All right, 3 is the lower.
Alrighty. How does it do that?
So if it's 1 through 3, I can heal 1 on my recovery, my healing clock.
Great. So what is that, 4 then? Remember too, if you've got cred to spend, you could bump that up.
It is in stash because I invested too early relative to my lifespan. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
Same investments are for suckers.
Yeah, keep that money liquid so you can blow it on medical.
On medical. All right.
Don't tie it up in a Roth. Don't do it.
So I think that then that is just 4 on your healing clock, correct?
Unfortunately, yes, 4 out of 6.
4 out of 6. So hope you don't take another harm on this next job.
Oh, I will. All right,
You probably will.
it was worth a shot.
All right. What do y'all want to do? We've gotten downtime out of the way.
So for the one job that I was interested in, or very more interested in, was just all we had for word on it was Havoc just calling in and being like, "Hey, Datu had a job for us," and then just never. We just didn't hear from him again for like several days.
Yep.
So I think Gears. Oh, sorry, Johnny.
I was just assenting as well.
Yeah. So I think Gears would be like, "Hey, I'm probably gonna go check out what's going on with Yatu, if anybody."
If you don't mind, I'd like to join you. I'd like to get a word with him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, Graves, you coming or you just want to stay here?
Yes.
I gave you 2 options, and you just said yes.
You spoke too fast.
Oh,
yes to the first part.
Gotcha. Sorry.
I'm coming.
Oh man.
So y'all are going back to Warren then?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, probably.
oh,
sounds
or
like.
do you just want to call?
I was thinking we
You
would
could
just
call
call
him
him the
too.
way that.
Sure.
Oh yeah, let's just do that. let's.
I love picturing us all queuing up at the door and like, wait, we can just pick up a phone. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sit back down.
Gears is plotting a course and
Just
Rex
watch
is
one
just like-
person on the phone.
Just activate the holocron and pull him up on video.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about.
You pull it up, and on the video, he is just laying on like a chaser lounge. And what do you? Hello, who is this? Havoc?
Havoc's not here right now. But you're two. We've met a couple of times, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're the one that told me to do nothing. That's what I'm doing now. You interrupted it. You interrupted nothing.
I don't have any recollection of this, but Havoc told us you had a job for us before he disappeared and would like the details because you know Havoc as well as we do, and he's not very good at passing along the information.
Yeah.
He keeps everything close to his chest. Must be all that childhood trauma he had.
I think it's just disorganization, but anyway.
Little from column A, little from column B. All right.
God.
Let's, well, if Havoc's not there, do I want to hire the 3 of you?
Yachty.
Why not?
Okay, good.
Oh,
I have
well,
vested
make your
interest
argument,
in this
please.
job. No, I was just going to say I'm extremely interested in seeing a Malcleath governor replaced with someone whose interests might align more with our own.
Yeah, we're not gonna lie, it's a pretty sweet deal. So
I would like to make an offer to you once you give us the details of the job, though.
All right, we'll see what we can do. So, in about a week is the annual Nexus Gala. It's when all the heads of the various guilds and the state-sanctioned cults meet together. It's essentially just a glorified board meeting for the sector and the entire system. And they make decisions, take money from here, spend money there, what have you. At the end of it is a giant parade celebrating the benevolence of the hegemony. It's fucking bullshit. But everyone is preoccupied during that parade time. So we thought perhaps at some point during that, either the board meeting or during the parade might be the better choice. you would take the clone that we have and replace the governor with it.
It is an interesting proposition.
Obviously, if you do take this job, I'd have to reiterate that no one could see you do it.
Of course.
If somebody saw you do it, it would defeat the entire purpose, and they would know. You would have to do it completely unseen.
Yes. No witnesses is something we are quite capable of managing. Isn't that right, Graves?
Yeah.
I would also.
Graves kind of sheepishly looks to the side at you, Lito, like he's like slightly bewildered and is being singled out.
I'm gonna need to push that a little bit further and make sure it's clear that if there is even any death surrounding this, they'll be wise. It's got to be quiet.
Right.
I can't promise there won't be any disappearances if there can't be any death seen, but we'll make sure that it's clean.
That's what matters. No one can know what has happened. If some people disappear, that's fine. But if somebody finds a dead body, the game's up.
Right.
Now, are there any special considerations beyond what you've already communicated?
So glad you asked. I've got a couple items that might be beneficial to you. I'll flip them your way now. And on the screen is the map of the parade route. And sort of twists and turns through all the various skyscrapers. And it also points out that there are 3 snipers throughout the parade route. And Yatu goes, this is my first pass at this job. Obviously, y'all could do it however you want. But I would think getting onto the float during the parade might be the easiest. However, if you do that, there are these 3 snipers positioned throughout the route. These snipers all can see each other. So if you were to go this, you would need to find a way to take all 3 of them out simultaneously. Otherwise, they would get wise that one of them has been taken out.
Of course. And the governor, do you need him alive? The real governor?
We'd like him alive. In fact, I'm willing to throw in a 2 cred bonus if he is alive.
If what Havoc told us is correct, that would bring us to 12 cred, right?
That would be the total, yes.
Okay. I think that we can work with this. Now, you're a resourceful man, Yatu. I would like to make a bit of a counter proposal. I don't want to change your job at all. No. What I would like is, you see, you were introduced to me as Leto Bartok. My real name is Praxis Thorn. I'm a noble from the Core Worlds. I'm wanted.
House Thorn.
And House Thorn, yes. I'm sure someone with your connections and resources is familiar with the family and probably knows exactly what it is that I've done now that I've said my name. I would like to propose to you that if we install this governor clone, you give us 33% less cred for the job. But once the clone is installed, you promise me a governmental pardon for the name Praxis Thorn.
Why don't you roll an action?
I'm gonna roll sway.
I dig it. I think the position. I think the position is risky.
Mhm.
And I think the effect is, I think it's standard, risky standard.
I'm gonna push myself to get an extra die as well.
Oh.
All right, don't fail me now, Bones. Double sixes.
Yes, Bones.
Bailey, Johnny, how every time?
Can't account
Every
for
I don't
Johnny,
know.
but you can't account for Johnny
The,
Bowden.
the bones are boning.
He's a statistical outlier, and we shouldn't count.
I want to set up. I should set
Those
up like a second
Bones.
camera that just like watches my dice, so you guys can experience these sixes coming up all the time.
Yes.
It'd be great because I don't roll like that.
Ridiculous. You didn't spend a gambit, so go ahead and you'll start with an extra gambit on this job.
Nice.
Yeah.
He stares at you for a little bit through the hollow vid, kind of sits up off of the chase lounge he was laying on. I'm 100% aware of who you are. I've been aware almost this entire time, and decided not to use that. Was gonna use it. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna use it eventually and blackmail you.
Of course.
But well, you've seen Bornico Syndicate through a couple sticky situations. Think we've got a decent rapport now.
And I think we can
Sure.
both agree that it's better to have a friend on the inside of the hegemony than an enemy.
I mean, that's why we're doing this, yes?
Of course.
You can never ever have too many friends, you know.
Yes, you can.
Great.
I'm with Graves. I think you can have too many friends. But
All right.
I think it's important to have the right friends in the right places. And I would say no
And
into
no more
crude
than
launch.
5.
And no more than 5. I maybe 6. 6 max.
Right.
6 max friends.
Is that like specifically a random thing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Ramden's
You can
never
only
had more
have
than
like 5 or 6 friends, you know?
You only have as many friends as you can physically comfortably carry. Any more than that.
I love that's actually that's kind of
really-
that's kind of
that's
a fun
really
lore.
funny.
That's
That's
kind
really
of a fun cultural lore thing. Yeah.
I don't mind it.
And so the larger you are, stronger you are, the more friends you can have. I dig that. That makes sense.
Mhm.
He goes, I think it's important to have the right friends in the right places. And watching you all throughout the last few months, you are the right friends to have. If the rest of your crew agrees to the cred reduction, I'm absolutely willing.
I'd love to artificially increase my stand-in with the hegemony, so I'm for that.
Wonderful. So then instead,
So it would be
It'll be
8 cred
7.
now.
well,
33% reduction with the 2 cred bonus because we will be bringing him alive. Would be
We will.
8 cred.
be well, I'm gonna round up for you. The 10 cred job down to 7, and then
Okay.
2 cred for 9.
Wonderful. Friends indeed.
Not gonna argue. Yeah, see, this friendship is going great.
You take and you give. You know what I mean?
Wonderful.
Yeah, I certainly know what you mean.
Well, Yatu, unless you have any other questions or concerns for us, it was a pleasure and we'll want to get started right away.
No questions or concerns. When you get here to Warren, we'll have a package delivered for you. It's got
Excellent.
a paralytic toxin inside. Thought it might be
Oh.
useful on this job. If you do use it, I would recommend finding a doctor, someone who can help ensure that the governor stays alive, if you're interested in trying to keep him alive.
Yes. And will that package include the clone as well?
The package, yes. The clone as well as the toxin.
Wonderful. Well, we look forward to receiving that when we arrive on Warren.
Yeah. I will plot a course, I guess.
Sounds like we're in agreement then.
We
Wonderful
are
doing
indeed.
business with you.
Wonderful indeed. Thank you.
If you hear from Havoc before I do, give him my best.
We won't.
All right, that's fine. I will.
Which is to
I'll
say,
tell.
just to clarify, that we will most likely, the way he's been up to this point, you'll probably hear from him before us. Just to clarify.
Okay, wonderful. Because I was about to say I was going to tell him that you give.
Oh
your best.
yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just he won't call us first. He'd probably
It
call.
sounded a little bit like you were being rude.
I did. You know what? I on in review, I realized the. I'm sorry. And he just
all I want.
leaves. Just like goes up to the cockpit.
All right, I've got nothing to get back to, and he hangs up.
All right. Gentlemen, I think that maybe we find a doctor here on Nightfall before we leave.
Sounds good to me over the intercom.
Justin, should I recommend the one that I just had, even though they barely did anything for me? Or
you can.
What were you gonna say, Johnny?
I was gonna say, on second thought, maybe we should offer this job to Carrie. I do owe them quite a bit.
All right, yeah, I'm
You owe them?
I'm still with the you can't have too many friends, so I'm totally down.
Well, she almost never charges me for my medical attention, so I like to try and offer some level of reciprocity. And it's been quite a while since I've seen any of the girls at the house there.
Of course. All right.
How does this help her?
If she comes on the job, then she gets a cut of the cred. I don't understand what's not to understand.
Justin, do doctors make decent living in general?
It depends on where you're stationed as a doctor, just like in the real world.
Yeah.
A brothel doctor, I feel like it kind of would depend on the clientele and the money flowing into that place.
Yeah.
I'm sure Carrie makes she makes a good living, but she would also has medical school bills to pay.
Yeah, and also like cred. Remember that like cred as like a meta currency is like a significant sum of actual money.
Yeah. Correct. Correct.
And the reason why we blow through it so fast is because we're constantly maintaining a spaceship, which is not cheap.
Yeah. People who just live on planet doing their day-to-day commute.
Yeah.
Like I would say that like a doctor in Carrie's position probably might make a capital C cred occasionally, but certainly isn't like wanting for things. But she doesn't have the position of like a hegemonic doctor at like a big medical facility that would make tons of money, So
yeah. Well, at the suggestion that we're somehow helping her by bringing her on this mission, he just shrugs and then walks away and well, she's probably gonna die, but and then leaves.
Great, it's just getting real dark here.
All right, yes. Plot a course for Warren, and we'll go and visit the good doctor.
Alrighty. I do so.
Wonderful. We're gonna play out the travel in real time. No.
Okay, 2 weeks.
Because of our heat in Warren, do we need to make any rolls like getting in and things like that? And because of our heat in the system,
how does that work?
You not explicitly, but maybe we have some fun with it. No, I think perhaps if it came up in a job for sure, but you guys have the false ship papers. So I'm not gonna make you roll that. That might help if you do roll, but I'm gonna say just for this purpose, you can get to Warren.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah,
So
then I
find that very interesting to stop and zoom in on that moment.
Carlton, I'm sure the ladies would be happy to have a visit from you if you wanted to come along.
Yeah. Maybe another time.
I don't think I've ever seen a Ramden blush. All right. And I go to the brothel to go to see Dr. Carey.
Graves looks at a reflective surface as soon as he can. Just like searching his face for any sign of changing color.
You get there and it is pretty chaotic. It seems like there are actually people that are like kind of running around. It almost looks like there was like a big brawl at this moment, or sometime around there. Because most of the workers there are pretty frantic. They kind of like see you, but like don't pay attention to you and just kind of like run off. And if you go to Dr. Carey's clinic, there are a number of people that she's tending to.
Bodies or people?
Not dead. They're not dead. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep. I realized as soon as I said that, you'd be like, "Oh, they're dead." There might be like one or two that are dead, but like there's a good majority that are also just injured. She's like, "Hi, what do you need? I'm busy right now."
I can see that. We have a job. I was wondering if you wanted to come along, but seems you've got your hands full.
This just happened. This is probably at least a day or two of work. I'm swamped. Do you need help with something? What do you need?
I need a doctor who knows how to administer and monitor anesthetics.
Okay. I just got a new resident. He just graduated. He's fine. He's fine.
Fine's all we need if you can't come.
He's fine. He's right through there. He's taking care of one of the dead bodies right now.
Oh, don't even trust him with the living ones. Fine, I'll go talk to him.
And you go through one of the doors. Danny, what do we see?
So you walk in and you see this dimly lit room, and all who's in there is this doctor who's tending to a dead body. As you hear the sound of bones cracking and blood, swishing, as he's elbow deep in this dead body. He goes, "Hello? Who goes
Hello,
there?"
doctor. My name is Praxis Thorne. I'm a friend of Dr. Carey's.
Oh, here, 1 second. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Mordecai.
A pleasure indeed.
He holds out his hand to shake, but he's still wearing the gloves. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He just takes it off with his other hand and goes to shake your hand.
Much better. And I shake it. We need someone who has expertise with anesthetics and administering them, as well as monitoring those who've been anesthetized. Do you have such experience?
I am qualified for all those things you mentioned.
Wonderful. And how do you feel about the potential of making 2 cred for a couple days' work?
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Dr. Carey hasn't even paid me yet.
She might not for a bit. Now, if you come with me, obviously you wouldn't be able to continue. It kind of like motions to the dead body. This work.
Oh, he's not going anywhere.
Quite right. Might I recommend in the future as well, turning all of the lights on might make what you're doing
He's
easier.
already dead, you know.
Sure, I don't know anything about doctoring. Yes, let's let Dr. Carey know that you're coming and be on our way.
All right.
If you need anything, why don't you collect your things and I'll go talk to her.
I think and I guess information on where I'm going, but I'm in.
I will be
rather-
right there. Then
I'd
you'll
much rather
follow
be
me
doing
to where
something
you're-
else.
No, you'll follow me to where you're going.
Oh yes,
You'll come with me, right? So get your things.
yes.
Come find me where I'm talking to Dr. Carey. I bring you to where we're going. Yes?
All right, sounds good. And he just looks at the body, looks at you, and just like sort of waves his hand to get his other glove off. As he just starts fumbling around, like he grabs a suitcase and starts putting,
I just like
just filling it with stethoscopes or something, and he just
This is the whole suitcase of stethoscopes.
You gotta have them all, you know.
You never know,
Every
you
single
never know.
stethoscope.
Carey, where did you find this one?
He just graduated from the Kalut Academy, like top of his class. He's incredible, but you met him. It would be great to have just a little space from
Sure.
him. He's been here a week, and I already. Okay.
Yeah, we'll take him with us. Don't worry.
Bring him back unharmed. He's a little green, but he's very good at what he does.
Yes, wonderful. Two points of order. One, what happened here?
Oh, just one of those brawls that happens. Sometimes the gangs come in here and
Yes.
It's fine.
Right.
Nothing we can't handle, but there's a lot of cleanup for me when it happens.
Yes. I might talk to Stardew about helping you guys increase security here. But nevertheless,
Wonderful.
one other point of order. My real name, I'm using it again. And if you could do me a favor, and if anyone comes asking, let them know that I am in fact back.
Praxis, I would be happy to do that for you.
I appreciate it, darling. You've always been a good friend.
Don't let him die.
I won't. I mean, if he keeps being as green as he seems so far, I might kill him myself, but I won't let anyone else hurt him.
Oh, all right. I hope you're joking.
Of course, you know I don't like getting my hands dirty.
We're so lucky Gears wasn't here for any of this.
Yeah. Whenever Mordecai comes out, we'll head out to the ship.
And yeah, as he comes out, I realize I didn't describe how he looks like at all. But now that you see him in, actual lighting,
Yeah.
with not wearing his,
Surgery.
surgical attire, you see him wearing this fine fitted suit. He has that briefcase with him, and he's on the shorter side. He's probably among the shortest now among the four of us. And he looks like a clean slate, if you will. He has buzzed hair. Like it'd be hard to pick him out in a crowd. He looks basically just like your average guy.
I quite like your suit. Now, when we get to the ship, a couple of things you need to know. One, we'll have quarters set up for you. You don't need to worry about that. You'll have your own private space. But two, there's a Ramdin on board. I don't know if you've interacted with many of them, but he can be quite intimidating. He's a man of few words, but he is one of the best. And
I've always wanted to meet a Ramdin.
Wonderful. Approach him as a person, not as an academic subject. Let me tell you that right now. But then also, we have mechanic Gears. He's also acting as the pilot right now because our pilot is gone. Stay out of his way, and don't let him know how green you are behind the ears.
Oh. Okay. Will do.
Yes. Act confidently, be competent, don't get in anyone's way, and everything should be fine.
All right. Thank you for considering me. I look forward to working with you and your crew.
Yes, you already have the
and
job. You don't
hopefully in
need
the
to
future.
keep doing that. It's
I'm
all right.
sorry. I'm just.
I love the energy of just like sending the generic boilerplate like thank you email. I look forward to our
In
collaboration.
person.
Grateful to be considered.
Yeah. And we get to a ship that probably based on like the way that Leto looks or Praxis looks all the time, I'm imagining Mordecai would feel disappointed by the look of the ship from the outside.
It's slightly nicer now.
It is
It's
slightly
8 cred
nicer.
on this mother.
It
No,
is
but I
slightly
mean-
nicer, but you need to remember that Praxis spent 2 full cred on this suit. Like the suit costs a quarter as
That's a lot
much.
of money.
as-
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Yeah.
Mordecai was
Dang.
looking forward to like working with like this high end crew.
Yeah,
on like a luxury ship.
Yeah.
So when he sees the ship, he's
Texas
like,
has like tier 4 clothing on right now, and you get up to a tier
Yeah.
1 ship.
Yeah.
Solid.
Here it is, home sweet home, the Montressor.
oh, lovely.
You don't need to lie.
It's
It's, a
lovely.
shitty. Let's go inside.
It looks terrible. Yeah.
Another thing. I know it's a shit heap. You know it's a shit heap. Do not say a word of it being a shit heap to Gears. It hurts his feelings,
naturally.
and he does not react well to having his feelings
Hard
hurt.
cut to Gears. He just like somebody's talking shit about my ship.
He just knows.
He feels it.
Well, I imagine too, like I'm saying this like right in front of the door sensors, so it's like a Ring doorbell. Like you could just like tune in and hear me saying
Yeah.
this to him.
Yeah, he feels it. Checks the door. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I open the door so we can go in. Graves, Gears, this is Dr. Mordecai. Come and say hello.
Oh, hello,
Hi,
hello,
hi,
Doc.
Dr. Mordecai Nevin. Pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you on this job, and hopefully some more future endeavors if you'd recommend me. After this, after you see my performance, and
Graves just nods.
Yeah. So hey, there's this like kink in my neck. You think you check that out?
me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm willing
Your
to check
doc-
out any kink you have to offer me.
Oh, I mean it's a little
So-
early
so-
to get into that. Just-
Any,
He did just come from a brothel. You have to forgive him, Gears.
that's fair.
Let's let the good doctor get settled in, and then we can bring whatever kinks and things we have to him.
What are you talking about?
Buy me a drink first. Good lord.
Graves, a kink is both a
Yours is leaping
pain
faster
point in the
now.
body as well.
Oh, I'm
as
gonna
a
go get
sexual
settled.
proclivity.
Sexual proclivity.
By the time you're done explaining it, Graves looks up and both Gears and Mordecai are gone. He just looks bewildered.
Yeah, Leto Praxis goes into very extreme detail of all kinds of kinks that he's come across throughout his.
Like these, and then just starts
Yeah.
explaining.
I'm glad
Like
I
these
didn't
few
come with you.
examples.
That is hilarious. Well, eventually, a package is delivered. It is about human sized. And you open it up,
Makes sense.
and there is a body, the body of the clone of the governor. It's still off. So that's part of the job too, right? Like you're gonna have to be the ones to like boot it up.
Can't the clone?
Yeah, once you get there. And then there's a vial of toxin, paralytic toxin. That just has a note that says, "For your doctor."
Gears grabs
Doctor.
it and just tosses it over to Mordecai.
Oh.
There you go, Doc.
Have you ever decanted a clone?
Is that the governor?
No.
Yeah. What? Oh, no.
Not yet. It's a clone of the governor.
Ah, yeah. I can't see what you're doing. These words.
So you haven't told me actually what
Oh, yes.
specifically what it is we're doing.
We are replacing Governor Malcleith with this clone of Governor Malcleith.
Oh,
And so your job will be to, one, help us activate the clone when we arrive, and then once we paralyze and anesthetize the governor, you'll keep him alive until we can deliver him where he's going.
oh,
We do have stasis pods on board, so you only really need to get him to the ship.
Yeah, I had some plans for that, actually. I think might be helpful.
Yes, I'd love to hear them.
And I will not actually say them so that we can use them
Yeah.
later.
Love it.
I love it. So I think, yeah, I mean, if there's any other information you want to gather, hint, not hint, that's just me saying if you wanted to, you could gather more information if you'd like.
Actually,
or we could just go to the engagement, pick the plan.
I'd really like to know what the governor is going to be doing during the parade.
Yeah.
Because, like, is he in the parade? Is
Yeah.
he, like, just watching it from a primo position?
Yeah. Good question. That I do not need to make you roll for,
Oh.
because this next gala happens every year, and he is on a float. He is on a float that is a float of the various seats of the hegemon. It's basically like a circle almost, and each of the seats represents someone on the galactic hegemon, and he is there to make the connection between, like, hey, the hegemony also controls here. You know, I'm on their side. I'm with them. So he is on that float.
Hmm.
Do we know what he does directly before or directly after the parade itself?
That might be something that you can gather information about.
Yeah, I would love to know. Maybe actually, I think after would be better. After the parade, where does he go from the float? What does he do? Yeah, I guess I'll roll and then.
In a parade, unless you're literally the end, it's still going when you're done. So there's still a distraction running.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you find out this information? How do you try and get this information?
Once upon a time, it's been a while, but I was sleeping with his niece. I'm sure that she would know what kinds of like she would have some information about what the parade days look like for her uncle. So I can go and ask her maybe, and so I would use that as a way of using sway to roll for the.
That's perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to know what you were doing to see if we needed an action roll or if it was a fortune roll. And it sounds like an action roll to me. So I think I still think it's a risky question, but standard effect. You'll get some information. Well, I mean, it's a gather information, so it has its own thing.
Right. Oh my gosh. So I rolled 2. One of them was a 1, and the other one just kept rolling because I'm rolling those bones. But it's a 6.
Oh,
Ended on a 6.
Okay.
I'm very nervous.
So you get some good details. You can ask clarifying questions if you would like to. So this float is not the first float, and it's not the last float. It's like somewhere in the middle. And when he is done, what would be fun? So they just have this like board meeting essentially, and then the parade, and then right after he gives a he travels to a not travels, but like he goes from where the parade ends to a essentially like hotel conference room and gives a public like address of finances essentially of how the sector is doing. It's incredibly dry, it's incredibly boring, and almost nobody shows up because nobody cares. Everyone that is interested in that was already in the board meeting and knows all this stuff. He moves from the parade to there. There's obviously security and whatnot traveling with him, but
does he tend to spend much time in a private room, alone, waiting for the parade to end before he gives that address?
He does not. He pretty much goes straight from there to like going up to the podium to give this address.
All right.
Have to hit him on the way.
Yeah, so just before the address.
What I'm picturing is, I don't know how these floats are compared to the floats you might see in a parade in our world, Justin, but like the amount of like space under them, like to give it that podium lift or whatever, that like higher feel. Yeah. Like I wonder, like, is it similar enough to that like there's probably like a mechanical apparatus and some space underneath the float?
Yeah, for sure. So they're actually grav lifts. And so they're not floating in the sense of like balloons like ours are. It's like actually these giant mechanical grav lifts that are floating actual things.
These are floating platforms.
Yep.
And so there's just open space beneath them. There's nothing to hide in. Correct. Is that right? Okay.
Correct. Okay. But I mean, it's traveling through a bunch of various buildings, skyscrapers, and whatnot. There are bridges across the way, so like there are moments that you could get onto the float. If you could, potentially find a way to stop it, or just momentarily to get on, or there's a lot of things you could do.
Yeah, Gears, would there be a way for you to tap into the hotel security and see how many security personnel are present?
Yeah.
See if maybe they have plans for how many will be present. when
Can
the
we
governor
say
is
we
there.
have like a week before this event?
I think he did say in a week.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I can do that. I think I'm gonna get in as like the head and as like an engineer of the hotel. That might be the easiest way to do this.
I think it's starting to sound a little bit like we're belaboring
Right. Yeah.
coming up with the intricacies of the plan. So if there's no other like high level questions and information you want to gather, it's starting to sound like we need to just go into choosing the
Yeah.
plan.
Is it gathering information to figure out the security of the hotel first, or
That's something you could do.
okay?
For sure. That's something.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to drive at.
Okay.
Just-
Yeah, I think
Us
I'll
to
do
get here
that,
should
and
be
then we'll be good to go.
Okay.
Uh,
Tell me what you do.
I think I'm just sort of hacking in. I think Gears, goes to a cafe, kitty corner from the hotel, and
Yep.
public Wi-Fi is
Classic
bad.
cafe
It's a bad
hacking.
idea, folks, and it'll still be a thing, I'm sure, in 2,000 years.
Hey, spotty
Um,
cafe Wi-Fi.
I think that's risky, and I think, yeah, we'll say standard effect. Standard effect.
All right. Sorry, I'm debating pushing myself. I think
Yeah,
I'm
you're
fine. 6.
Okay. All right.
nice.
So that's fun. You hack into the security. There is a few things that you find out. One is that this hotel is hegemonic owned and operated. So with it being the governor speaking there, security is very tight. There's a lot. I don't want to put a number on it exactly, but it's a good deal of security. I will give you the two things that you find out about some of that security outside of just personnel. One is that in the speech, as well as like the entire room and the like after part, I don't know how these sort of finance things work. There's probably some like hors d'oeuvres after or something to talk, something like that. They have something called a modulating crowd overlay. So basically, they are able to augment the crowd, and it is difficult to tell who is there and who is not. And that's going to apply to both the governor as well as any security or people you run into. Is this augmented reality? Is this person actually here?
And I don't find any way to. I just know about it, right? Like I don't.
Yep, I'm gonna let you come up with ways to get around that. I'm just presenting presenting the obstacles to you so that you can deal with them in the actual action.
Okay. Cool.
The second is that the governor, when the hors d'oeuvres is over, who's someone is
Steve, mute yourself. It's like
I
the most
just
gentle
typed on the
thunderstorm
rapid
in
fire
history of-
typing.
I was like, I need to type this down.
we gotta get you a boom mic for your microphone. The second thing is that the governor does, after the hors d'oeuvres, he does stay here. You can see that he has a room booked for himself. However, it is a special room because his mother, we've said this before, his mother is a is a part of a cult sanction or an official hegemonic cult sanctioned way priestess, essentially. So she has put way dimensional passcoding security on his door.
Gears is like, well, that's not an option. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I will say, just because you don't have Thetis on the crew does not mean you can't get in there somehow. You all have.
I'm not saying
Everyone has access to the way. You can always use a way action.
I was gonna say, let me
I'm
quickly
just-
stress myself all the way out of this, and then get Thetis in
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, no. Yeah, just drop yourself from the narrative. I need my other character.
Well, I mean, I think here's in my head. Here's what that represents, right? Like, that is probably going to be a quieter way to deal with this. If you could just
Yeah.
break into his room, but
Yeah.
obviously that requires you all to have to come at it from a little bit more difficult angle because that's not
Yeah.
your natural inclination.
No,
but
I
it
think
would be much quieter.
if we assume that Gears is like relaying all of this to us, like
he is.
Praxis at this point is very like, because remember I have that trauma, so he's obsessed with the way now. So I think he's just, I don't know if I'll say it out loud even, but he's like just processing like, I think I can do this. Like he's remembering participating on at the temple and being like, I think I can do this. I think I can get us in there.
I really appreciate the spirit, but I do think it might be easier for us to take him in the lift as he goes up to his room.
It's definitely an option, but if we can figure out how to get into his room, it'd be so quiet. No one would ever suspect it.
All right. I guess we'll try that first. It's always good to have a backup plan, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Well, either way, we'll need to get the clone up to the room. So having
Yes.
the clone attached to the bottom of the lift will give us a way to get him through the building easily, at the very least.
So is the parade? I'm assuming this will be common knowledge. Is the parade like televised?
Yes, for sure. Yep.
Okay. What say when the parade kicks off, we enter the hotel and get our things set up.
Sounds good.
All right. It's starting to sound like you got to pick a plan. You have already picked a
I
plan.
think infiltrate. Right?
It's infiltration for sure.
Infiltration. Trespass unseen. That makes sense. That makes sense. What is the point of infiltration? How are you infiltrating this hotel in order to set your stuff up? Perhaps Nox wants to weigh in on this. Nox, what do you think?
Yeah, sorry. He's
No, it's funny. No, you don't have to.
there's a cat. That's how we're doing it.
There is a
could,
cat.
if we split up, basically split the party in two and have Gears go in. You mentioned like trying to go in as an engineer, like maybe an engineer contractor coming in to help with the security for the event. He gets in that way. And then I think maybe we do the same thing we did actually the last time we'd had anything that involved the governor's mother. And Praxis comes in as a noble, and maybe we have Graves be his valet and Mordecai his personal doctor.
All right. Oh,
I'm
bad.
sold. I'm so
Really like
sold.
that.
We're in it.
so you're just another noble staying at this expensive
Yeah, and we
hotel.
insist on a room on the same level where the governor stays, because I think we know what level that room is on, even if we don't know room number it is. And
For sure.
so it's just like, I would like a room on this floor.
All right.
I had a quick question that has nothing to do with any of this. Because Mordecai wasn't in the crew when they got the problem solver's crew ability, does he not
Yes.
add that +1 action rating to help?
No, you can add. You can add that.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
pretty
Okay.
sure you can
Yeah,
add
it's
that because
I'm
essentially,
pretty sure it's just because it's you are part of the crew now. and so it's a
essentially
crew
now,
ability
yeah,
that
exactly.
anyone on the
You are
crew
part
has.
of
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Okay.
Mhm.
Part of the ship. Part of the crew. Part of the ship. Part of the crew. Part of the ship. Part of the crew.
Yeah, I don't see anything specific, so that makes sense to me. By being a part of the crew, you get the benefits of being a part of the crew. So
Nice. Cool.
crew.
Cool.
And that could look like
Yeah.
anything, right? It could look like them giving you some like pointers on their past missions, right? Some things to maybe
Yeah.
some things to look out for.
Heck yeah.
We're also just really experienced at this point, so
Yeah.
just
Sure.
our operating procedures.
Yeah.
Leto.
All right.
Leto was writing a memoir. Just here, read this.
All right. So the plan is infiltration. The plan is to establish cover identities amongst all of you. That's just how I'm generalizing it, so that way I understand. Gears is an engineer, and the rest of you are staying there. I think we gotta start building. Well, let's do item loadouts first, and gambit. Reset your gambits and armor. Remember, you get that extra gambit for this job. But what loadouts are you taking?
Difficult to know.
Mordecai's going light.
I think because of the cover identity that we're setting up for Graves with Praxis, we can get away with heavy. But it's up to you.
So when you said valet, I was assuming like a personal attendant responsible for
/
your
security guard.
Okay, cool. Oh, cool. All right. I was leaning more into the like, oh no, this
Regular-
Graves gonna have to like be a little more posh and like attend to your attire and make sure that you
No, it'd be
You
like
know,
a
your
thing where it's
shoes are
like
shined.
I refer to you like this is my butler Graves, and you've got like a giant gun in your hands, and everyone realizes that when I say butler, I mean protector.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
think
in
I see
that
your
case-
point, Johnny. I'm gonna go normal.
Yeah, in that case, heavy load.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm
What did
going
you-
light.
Gears? Light gears.
I think Gears is really gonna want to fit in, so I think he just does light.
Okay. Light.
Actually, no, it's all right. I'm stick with light.
All right. We're building the engagement roll. I'm going to let you know I am going to roll it this time.
Okay.
I'm going to roll this job. We're going to start with one die for sheer luck.
Screwing us.
Look, I was telling you all that round this episode number is somewhere usually has traditionally been a mid-season sort of finale. I want it to be big. I want it to be loud and big.
Big and loud, loud and big.
Big and loud
Heard.
and loud and big. So one
So
die
you
for
guys
sheer
want me to do a
luck.
lot more loud typing? Is that what I'm hearing?
Please.
Yes, please.
Please. God, please.
I'm glad you understood that.
Yeah, I did. This
Is-
desk is basically a tin can, so
Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I don't think.
I think
it
so.
is. You think so?
trying to
Replacing the governor?
Kidnap and replace the governor. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Justin's become so callous as he keeps ratcheting up the tension. He's like, "This is nothing," you know. It's a bacon and cake, baby.
Is the operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
We have to activate a clone successfully, have
Yeah.
no bodies, total stealth. Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to take a die away for that. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
Yeah, I mean that's what all the
I-
gathering information was for, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
might give you a die for that. Because you found the time that he's like. He's not
Most
going to be
vulnerable.
alone, but like at the most vulnerable. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll give you a die for that. I think then that means that he's not strong against this approach. So you have 2 die. Any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation. I'm gonna give you a die because Yatu gave you that paralytic toxin.
Nice.
Okay, I think that
Oh.
represents that there. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? I think I am going to pull a die away for that.
Oh, we love that.
No.
Are there any other elements?
What is that? What does that mean?
Find that.
Why? What's that mean?
Are there- You'll find out. You'll know soon enough.
No.
I want to know now.
I'll
Are
just
there,
immediately start whining. Justin.
are there any elements that I want to consider lower tier? I do think you're a lower tier. Malcleep is tier 3.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a die away from that.
Well, Practice and Mordecai are dressed like tier
tougher.
3.
No, it doesn't count. So we're rolling one die then.
Okay.
One die. And I'm gonna roll it.
I accept.
I'll allow it. Hey.
No. What does that
hate you
mean?
more than I've ever hated anyone.
I rolled a 3.
1.
I
Oh,
rolled a 3.
I'll say.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't matter. A 1 to 3 is a desperate position when the action starts.
It would have been a 6 if I'd rolled it. Just one.
It would have, and that's why I didn't want you to roll it.
I just rolled just to see it. It was a 6.
Oh my
Curse it. Curse it all.
What if we averaged those out and we went with
The average of 6 and 3.
4.5?
4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd round down even, you know.
A
You know,
4?
be nice to a 4.
Oh man, but now we have to come up with a desperate position. It sounded to me like it starts by trying to get into the hotel
Yeah, as our created identities.
as your created identity.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. I think we're just gonna focus. We're gonna start on Praxis and Dr. Mordecai and Graves.
That's fair.
Oh man, y'all, this is about to get almost immediately. Well, all right.
We are
I'm
cooked.
actually. I'm gonna focus
Yeah,
on gears.
honestly.
I'm gonna focus on gears first because.
Oh no.
I'm gonna focus on gears first because I want to like you still have the plan, right? There's that part because gears is separate. He's unaffected by this, and I
Okay.
want to at least give you something, some person who is
Doing all right.
infiltrating potentially without just
The
completely.
front doors of the hotel are just mines. We step in and explode.
Gears. How are you gonna try and get a job? We're gonna convince them that you're an engineer here.
Yeah, so I think they already contacted like some, contracted out some engineers to like be like third party like evaluators. I think Gears just intercepted those communications
Okay.
and faked being the company and then sent himself to go
Yep.
be like an inspector.
I dig that. Is that flashback? Kind of feels like a flashback to me.
That makes sense. Flashbacky.
Yeah. Even before the action starts. That sounds like a one stress flashback to me, but I do need an action roll, I think.
All right, I think it'll be hack. Kind of hacking communications, hacking credentials, that kind of thing.
That makes sense to me. I think it's I'm actually going to say it's controlled and standard effect.
Cool.
Yeah, controlled. Yep, controlled. You've got the time.
All right. Controlled and standard effect. Marnie.
Gotta toss that cat out of there.
Sorry. I was trying to be nice because we've been gone all weekend, and I was trying to let him like
For
be
sure.
near me.
Hang
but,
out. Yeah.
Nope. Couldn't shut up. Anyways,
Well, I'm being nice by giving you controlled and standard because
you are.
That feels
And I'm immediately gonna spit on it and trade to risky for greater effect.
okay.
All right,
Okay.
but thank you. And then I will. I think I'm good. I think I'm good at that point.
Okay.
No, okay. I'm gonna push myself for an extra die.
Okay.
Oh, actually, at this point, can I have my fine hacking tools?
Yeah, this is a flashback. I'm assuming you're like on your ship
Oh, okay, cool.
or like plugged in outside of, you know what I mean? Like by being it controlled, I'm assuming. I guess that because in my head you don't have to be on site to hack
Right.
for this.
That's okay.
So like you totally have your fine hacking tools.
Yeah, okay. Then I won't push myself. I'll steal a gambit though. For 3 die.
Okay.
Oh, baby. Five?
Okay. You do it, but there's a consequence. I think I know what it is. You are not able to completely stop this company from sending other engineers. So you are basically a part of a group of, we'll say, about half a dozen other engineers sent by this contractor.
Can I roll to resist that?
You
that
certainly can.
consequence?
You certainly can.
What do you think I am rolling with?
I think that sounds like a It sounds like resolve to me.
Okay. All right.
It sounds like resolve to me.
That's fair.
Because I picture the resistance as you like hacking better.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that makes sense. So it's like, yeah, personal. Okay, I rolled a 5, which is great because
Just one
I
stress.
could not roll a 1 or a 2.
Just one stress. Are you that close to being taken out?
Yeah, I was. My recovery
Oh.
rolls were bad. during that run,
Okay,
so
all right.
I am not
All right.
doing-
But you do this and you show up to the hotel. One of the attendants is out there to meet you. And she goes, "Oh, I assumed that Aegis Security was going to send quite a bit more engineers. Is just you?"
Oh, don't worry, ma'am. I am quite qualified. I've been doing this for a long time. It's not going to be a problem.
All right. We can right this way.
Yes, I'd like to start with the elevators, if at all possible.
The elevators. Yes. Let me check my list, and she's like looking at all the tasks that like all the security and engineers are doing. Let's see. We've got the conference room booked. They're in the engineers room. Yes, it does look like the elevators still need to be worked on.
Fantastic. Please. And you just,
right this way.
Let's her lead her. Yeah.
And you start. What do you do?
So yeah, he's got like a bunch of gear on like a little like lift platform with him.
Yep.
And underneath all of it, it's basically a facade, is the clone. So he's gonna load it up under or above the lift itself.
Cut.
And so we have access to it later in the endeavor.
I would like another action roll, please.
This time I think it's rig.
I
Messing with
accept
everything.
rig. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's risky. I think it's standard.
Take it. 2 6s.
Hey, there you go. Add another gambit since you didn't spend on this.
Yes.
Nice work.
It is clean, so clean. You put it there, and you've hidden it so well that even if somebody were to like somehow look up at the shaft, they still wouldn't see it. It would be very well hidden.
Yes.
Let's cut though as you walk away from the elevators. That's sort of like a setup, a side
Yeah.
start to the plan. Essentially kind of like I'm treating that whole thing kind of like a flashback.
That's fair.
Because this is where the real plan starts. The three of you walk into the hotel lobby. It is very busy, very fancy. And you can see already that they are preparing for the governor to be here, as there are dozens of security guards littered throughout the entrance hall and all up the stairs, and you can see them littering around, just keeping things safe. I'm assuming you walk up to like the front desk.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like we own the place.
There's a man there, and he goes, "Yes, can I help you with anything?"
Yes, I'd like a room.
Oh, well, we aren't your typical hotel. We don't just have reservations. You have to have had some sort of acceptance into our society. Do you have anything like that?
I pull out of my breast pocket my real ID and slide it across the.
I like that. Why don't you give
Praxis.
me an action roll?
I'll go with sway here.
I like it.
Sway away.
I'm gonna say this is controlled. Actually, I'm gonna say it's desperate. That was the whole point of that 3 and starting the desperate roll.
He's scanning right now. He's just searching his brain to make sure that this is
Nope.
what he wants.
It's not what I want. I think this action right now is controlled.
Mhm.
Okay.
The desperate position is about to be revealed.
Yeah.
I think this part is controlled, and we'll say it is standard.
6.
Of course.
6 and a 1, but 6 is what's higher. So
A 6. I feel like the reason I keep going back and forth is I feel like I haven't started you in a desperate position.
yeah,
And I feel like I am doing an injustice to that engagement roll.
well,
by
it feels like you're
having
about to
had-
drop another shoe. So we'll let's.
The problem now is that you do this thing, but I feel like I'm about to negate it, and I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about immediately negating the fact that you rolled a 6 on this. And so I am having to either negate that or push this desperate position down even further, and I don't want to keep pushing down the desperate
It just
position
builds
even
tension.
further.
That's true.
Because now we know it's coming.
We know we're in a desperate position, but we don't know why yet. That's good
Yeah.
storytelling.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Okay, all right.
So good.
Let's do this then. He looks at your ID and goes, "Oh, how's Thorn? Yes, of course. I believe that we. Oh, yes. Your family has some holdings with us. Let me see if there's. Yes, we do have a room available. Is there anything specific you were looking for?"
I'd like a room on the 256th floor, please.
Of course. Let me do. And here is your key. Are your
My
associates
valet
going
to my
to-
personal doctor will be staying with me.
Of course. Yes, good. Let me get keys for them as well. And he hands you the keys, points you into the direction of your room, and as you leave to walk away and start heading to the elevator to go to your room, we can see like the camera, so the audience would see this. It like swings down to the computer that this attendant was typing into, and there's like a little notification that a thorn has checked in. And then we cut to the entrance, and we see Aaron walk in. Walks up to the attendant, talks to him for a moment, and then starts walking to the elevator.
All right, gents, when we get upstairs, you both make your way to the room, and I'm going to see if I can get a look at the governor's door before I come in.
Do you want your security?
We'll see what things look like in the hall. So, maybe not. Might be easier if I pretend that I'm already in my cups and misplaced myself.
You're taking this long elevator ride up to the 256th floor, and when it dings, there's already security out front. And they go, "Let's see your room number. We're going to escort you there. We have some important guests staying on this floor.
So
we're just
many
gonna escort
words
you
for
to
such
your
a
room."
simple request. Graves, show him our key cards.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. It is this way. And he starts taking you like left down the hallway.
Wonderful. You really should maybe speak less to your betters and, keep things a little more simple.
If you walk somewhere without a security guard, you will be shot on sight. How's that for less words?
That was many words for. I clearly have a security guard right here.
Not yours. He's getting flustered at this point.
Oh.
This is like Malcleat security. This is not like hotel security.
Yeah. Have you interacted with much of the nobility, particularly those of us from the core worlds?
I don't want to talk to you. All right? Let's just go. All right? Here's your room. Get in. If you need to leave, find someone to escort you down to the elevator.
And what's your name?
I don't need to tell you that.
Actually, you do.
What's your name and badge number?
Why don't you give me an action roll?
Command.
I think it's desperate, and I think it's limited.
Okay. All right, I got a 5.
Come.
Is it worth me helping this action into a 6? Is that possible? Or am I thinking in the wrong system?
I think you would have had to do it
If
before.
If you helped, it would give me another die.
Ah, yeah.
I would have liked you to say that before the roll happens.
Yep.
Because once we know the result of the roll, it's very easy to just
Yeah.
be like, I assist.
Yeah.
So, I think that you gotta jump in with that before.
Yep.
Once we
You
hear the
do it-
consequences, though, you could protect.
It's true. You could maybe take the consequences for
Depending on what it
Graves.
is.
I think here's what it is. He goes, fine, I'll tell you what. My name is John. All right? And I'll tell you what I'm going to do as well. And he pulls up his data pad and writes your room number and is able to tap into the security to get, the names that were checked in. I'm going to post some people up outside of your door here. All right? They're going to make
Wonderful.
sure that
Thank you for the
nothing
protection, John.
untoward happens.
No, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm going to make sure that your family dies destitute. Is what I'm going to do. A wonderful day, John.
I think maybe Mordecai does want to protect here.
No, I like this. I like.
You like this complication?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I want enemies. that I can make sure their families die destitute.
Yeah, he does. Also, I feel like I was totally tracking with Johnny's approach, and I'm actually fairly shocked by Justin's response via this security guard. So this is a good world building kind of hash out, I feel like, right now. Like, Johnny, were you surprised at all by the level of like authority this essentially security peon relative to the nobility has? Or thinks he has? Okay.
Yeah.
So in my head, these are not just security peons. These are like Malcleath's personal guards. So
Right.
understand.
Still, I would
They
still
serve the nobility.
They still, I would out like if you were.
I think
If you're
in their
working any job,
If-
you are
if-
beneath everybody.
Yeah,
for sure. I think in their
the
head
Duke
they
of
report to
Wellington-
Governor Malcleath. And
right. But if the
and-
Duke of Wellington was traveling and he had a personal guard and he was in Spain and they were interacting with a count in Spain, his personal guard would still respect the count in Spain because they are not nobles themselves.
I feel like it's just going to show the arrogancy
Yeah.
of Governor Malcleaf and how that bleeds into.
Yeah, I get
his
that. I'm just
guard.
explaining why Steve and I are both kind of like, oh, this guy's a
Oh,
little
yeah.
like, what the hell is going on? This guy doesn't know.
I'm not saying that Justin can't do what he's doing. I'm just saying this is a
Yeah.
good kind of thing to flesh out so that we know
Yeah.
what the tack is, because I'm shocked for Johnny, and I would have taken the same approach that he did.
Right.
It
I
also
was
could just
expecting
be as
the
simple
approach
as like, this guy isn't good at his job,
It could also be that.
or that aspect of his job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was
Well,
yeah, I pushed in directions I wouldn't have if I'd known that in worlds a security guard would feel entitled to speak to a noble this way.
Yeah, dude.
For
Fuck
sure.
him. Just kill him.
we could. And maybe you
So
do.
stupid.
Maybe you do. Maybe you killed John. Maybe that's
We
he has
said
that-
no
he
bodies. Dang
has
it.
that coming.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, no, it's just hard because it's like I wouldn't have picked that approach if I'd known that that it would go that way, which I feel like I should know that it would go that way in world, but
For sure. I mean, I don't want to punish you. Because I was going off of something in my head, but it seems like we had two different understandings of. I picture this in a lot of ways like kind of it just came out Dune, where like all the houses are kind of vying against each other constantly, and so like a lot of the personal security or the personal house is loyal to that house.
yeah. Well,
And
Thorn is a
comes
vassal to
down-
Malcleath, so I would still be in the same chain.
Maybe he is just a bad security guard.
Maybe he's just an asshole. Maybe he's just had a bad day.
Like, oh yeah, that's John. He sucks.
We all hate John.
But then I feel like that's just making a joke of a consequence. I'm happy to wind it back.
It was a 5, the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'd be
For
like
command.
right as you come out. He wouldn't have been as like aggressive at the start.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
Okay.
I'm okay with that if that's what you want to do. That makes
Okay.
sense to me.
Yeah.
The elevator opens and the guard goes. We're gonna need to escort you to your room. Apologies. Which way?
It's I believe it's this one right here.
Yes. I will walk you down in that way. Right now.
And wonderful. Am I to understand the governor is staying on this floor as well? I know you shouldn't. I shouldn't ask questions like that. I'm just wondering, because I don't want any trouble. I just want to know what room or what area me and my men should avoid.
Why don't you give me an action?
Okay, sway this time.
Yeah.
Or consort. I want him to feel like he's like
Oh.
like kind of like an insider
Ooh.
conversation.
Oh, I like consort. I think is consort what you want to go with or sway?
Yeah, consort.
Okay. I think it's risky, and I think it is. Let's say standard.
All right. Do I want to push myself?
Do you? Does someone
I
want to
do.
help? do you want a devil's bargain?
I do want to hear a devil's bargain.
The devil's bargain is that oh god, my eyes. Sorry. It's like
My eyes.
it's time for spring, and which is great because the sun comes out, but it means my eyes are just dry for like 6 months straight.
Yeah.
Devil's bargain. Okay, so you'll get this information from him. You'll get the room that the governor is staying in. But what? But. I can't really think of anything.
But your mom calls you and she really needs you to stop and buy a gallon of milk on your way home.
It's been so long, Mom.
No. This is what you want to call me with? This is the first thing you want to say to me, Mom?
I haven't spoken in nearly 13 years. And you just need
Bring
milk.
a gallon of milk home with you, dear.
I don't understand how desperate the situation is, dear. There's really no milk at all.
I
There's
can't really
no
think
milk
of
in the core world whatsoever.
the
We have a
only
milk
thing
drought.
the only thing I can think of is that it's still like it's still a very pointed question, so you might get the information. But I might start a clock, and I'll tick a little bit off of. How about that? Governor Malcleese guards suspicious, and I'll tick some off of that.
How many segments would the clock be? Because I think that will determine if I'm going to
Yep.
accept the bargain.
Yeah, I think it would be like an 8 segment clock, and I would probably tick. Well, I guess it's going to depend on what you roll.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll take that. And I'm still gonna push myself to increase the effect.
Okay.
Nice.
Look at him go.
Oh, nice.
Them
Double
bones, them
sixes.
bones, them. Yes! Johnny Bones.
A 24 segment clock.
Incredible. So what did I say? You pushed yourself to great effect, and you have even better effect because you rolled a critical on that out of Gambit because you didn't spend one.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna mark one off then. There's just like a moment when you can tell that he's still a guard, so he still does his job. He there's a moment he's like, is this person suspicious? This is a suspicious question, but kind of lets go of it and goes, he's staying, you're down this way, and then the governor is on the other side of this floor and points in the opposite direction.
Wonderful. Yes, just want to make sure there wasn't going to be any unfortunate miscommunications.
Of course, thank you for being conscious of our jobs and letting us do what we need to.
Of course. Wonderful. Well, we will take our rest, and you may see us in the hall again when we make our way out.
Please let us know if you're planning to go anywhere. We need to have anybody escort you.
Sure. Of course. All right, we go in the room.
You go in the room, and I would like to cut to. Let's cut to Gears. Let's cut to Gears and see what he's doing.
Just hanging out, Just doing.
Just
Having a
pooping,
good
you know
time.
how I be.
Just pooping. All right, you're not doing anything.
I'm just kidding. No, I think at this stage, Gears might check in with Praxis and see if we have any idea where the room in question is.
Yeah, I would communicate. We've got a general idea. It's on the. We're in room 256 A. We'll say that these rooms are lettered at this floor. So he's on the other end of the hall. I don't know what room the actual assignment is. 256th floor, and
That narrows it down enough for me, I think. Don't worry about it. And then just continuing under the engineer guys, or engineering consultant, I'm going to go to the 255th floor And because I don't really have a better way to scan for this, I'm going to try. Well, first of all, given that information, I probably know which half of the building to stand on.
For sure. Yep.
But he just walks down the hall, and I don't know if he like holds on to. No. Gears just tries to reach out with the way, and tries to feel the way locks. As he's like almost like a metal detector, like up above him.
I dig it.
Yeah,
I dig it. I'm assuming you're attuning.
that's pretty much my only option.
Sounds like you're attuning.
Yeah.
I think it's risky, and oh boy, let me just double check one thing here. The tier of the cult of the Seekers. I'll just say it's limited. Risky limited.
All right.
You want to hear a devil's bargain? Want to push yourself? Don't think anybody can assist you.
No, I think I'm gonna push myself for greater effect.
Okay.
So it's standard effect.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a gambit, which just puts me at 1 die.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Six.
Whoa.
Channel in
All right.
Johnny.
And you did spend
Yes,
a game.
let me
yes?
flow through you.
You did spend a game. So you don't get a
I
gambit
did.
back.
I don't get
That's
that.
okay.
like that.
You
I
still
don't
do
like
it.
that.
You are able to pick up exactly where the room is. So you're like under the room now. It'd be like this door, but on the floor above you.
Yeah, and I don't. Gears doesn't like put it on, but he like is like holding like in his pack the raiment of
Wreath of
night that
Night.
he has. Yeah, the wreath of
Wreath
night.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he figures out like from the schematics that he knows of the building which room it is, and then relays that to Praxis. He's like, it's 256. What was the opposite of C? Let's say X. But
256X. This information, like we see a scene of the three of you in your room hearing this information, and then we cut to the elevator door opening, and Aaron walks out, whispers into one of the guards' ears, and he motions down the hallway towards your door. What are the three of you doing inside of your room?
No, that's not what
as
it
we
looks
got
like.
in- as we got
Sorry, it's the way you asked the question.
Mordecai immediately just like put his briefcase on like a table and started opening up, and he's beginning to move the paralytic from the syringe it's in into like this like quick injector pen. And so he's
I take it.
he's like prepping.
Dope. Alright.
I think I might have you mark off a load for that.
Yeah, I think I can mark off my. I do have a doctor item, syringes and applicators.
Perfect. I think that's that. Yep, mark that off for sure. I'm looking at your candies and treats.
Yes, for it says for those
That's
extra
so
brave
cute.
customers.
That's
That's
so cute.
awesome. Graves asks, the door has not opened to our place, right?
No.
Okay,
Nope,
you're just asking what we're doing in here. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Graves looks at you doing that, Dr. Mordecai, and turns to you and just says, "You got an extra one of those?"
Oh, I have plenty. I'm here. Let me.
And he sort of fumbles.
What color do you
Yeah.
want?
Doesn't matter.
What's he asking for specifically?
One of those quick injectors full of paralytic stuff.
Oh. Do I have enough of the? We only had the one syringe of the.
Yeah, I think it's just the one.
So do you think that you only have the volume that would be needed for
person. Yeah,
for
I
one
think so.
person?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh man, that's not good redundancy planning. Okay, never mind.
But because Mordecai did not understand what you were asking for, he gives you like a yellow lollipop.
Yeah.
And
Graves accepts it.
and we cut to now more of these security guards starting to like zero in on your door. And we will cut there, and we will see you next week.
We're gonna be fine.
We're gonna be fine.
You
What could
guys.
possibly go wrong?
We're gonna cut
And
there.
Can you do
This
it
feels
quiet,
illegal.
though?
Oh my god.
Well, we will see what happens next week. Very tense. I don't know if you guys can pull this off quietly. I'm gonna be so impressed.
Honestly, since
be
Havoc's
very
not
impressed.
here, that just raises the chance of being able to pull this off quietly. So
Yeah, we'll take it.
It's gonna be very, very interesting.
Yeah, man.
I love you all, both the players
love you,
and
Justin.
listeners. Thank you so much for
Love you, buddy.
listening to us and watching
Mhm.
us play. And we will see you next week. See ya.
Bye.
Aye.
Let me just do
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching.
For those watching on Twitch, we will be back in like 15 minutes. See you in a bit.
bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. Welcome back to this thing that we're doing.
Ayo.
Thanks for sitting around a campfire just telling stories.
Yeah, that's right.
Spooky ghost stories. So this one time, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I don't know. A spooky story to tell.
When we were in high school and a little bit into college, Sky worked at this bar that was in one of the oldest buildings in Cudahy, which is a city south of Milwaukee. And she was like closing up, and I was just hanging out, and I walked past the kitchen, and like all the lights were off, and I saw a full-bodied apparition of a woman in like a 18th century dress out of the corner of my eye.
I have a follow-up question.
Hit me.
How did you know it was 18th century?
I just mean that kind of style. Sort of,
Okay, it wasn't like a spur of the moment. You're like, that
is
has to be a
from
dress
1867.
I was literally thinking of that number. What the hell? That's the number.
I know what's going on in your brain.
It was like 1867. That's what I was gonna say. Wild.
Yeah, it's
That's the spookiest thing that's ever happened to me.
just me reading your mind.
This moment right now is
Yeah,
the spookiest thing that's ever happened.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
man.
That is crazy, Nick. Like, has anything like that ever happened before or since for you?
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
I do my best to avoid any kind of juju. Not that I necessarily believe in any kind of juju. But, it's better not to mess with it.
Yeah, just respectfully steering clear.
Yeah, I'm
Always.
of that
Yeah.
mind as well too. Like, it very well could be real, and if it is, it feels safer to just stay away from it.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked about this. The house I used to live in that was like haunted and spooky
Oh, yeah.
stuff used to happen all the time. And so it was because of that, there's all kinds of things that like don't phase me anymore. And like
that dead person standing behind you.
yeah.
They're fine. They're just there.
They're there all the time.
Yeah. No, but like genuinely, like I have lived in houses that are like seem like stuff is going on since, and it's like, well, not as bad as that other house, so whatever.
It's benchmarking, It could be raining.
I feel like if Johnny's uncle died and said, "I'll give you all of the inheritance if you spend the night in this spooky house," he'd be like, "Done, easy."
Easy.
Yeah.
Except what I've learned from horror movies is that anytime an inheritance is attached to your ability to stay in a place, you're going to die.
That's
That's pretty much it.
That's a good point. That's good. So if this is the fun thing, it was just like, hey, I'm not gonna give you anything. Just you want to stay in this spooky house? You'd be like, yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. No, there are some houses like there's a house in Kansas. I can't remember the name of it now. But it's supposed to be like crazy haunted, and you can book like overnight stays there. I would love to do that. I think it's so fun.
Honestly,
There's
yeah.
In Milwaukee, there's actually a special room in the Hilton, or not Hilton, sorry.
The Fister?
The Fister, that is supposed to be very haunted, and you can book it specially. The Fister in general is supposed to be haunted, but that room is supposed to be
It's
the
good too.
most haunted.
This campaign is explicit now. We can say that Fister.
I hardly know her.
I hardly know her.
Yeah, we're sorry.
Yeah.
I-
We are.
I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to do one of those haunted, like those like kitschy haunted house tours, but like no one I know wants to do those with me. You know what I'm talking about?
I do that with you. Except
Yeah?
we're not anywhere near each other, but I would.
Well, how about Gen Con? We'll see if there's any in Indiana.
Yeah, oh my
I'm
God,
sure
that'd
there's
be
some
so fun.
great
Oh, I'm
haunted
sure there
tours
are.
in
I'm
India.
sure there are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Genuinely, I'm sure there's something because like
Yeah.
you think about some of like the craziest haunts that have happened in American history. I don't know if you guys follow this kind of stuff, but some of the craziest haunts that have happened have been in like the middle of nowhere, like places you
Yeah,
wouldn't expect.
Like Midwest, like
yeah.
Looking it up now. Haunted house tour, Indianapolis.
Like the house I was just talking about was in Salinas, Kansas. Like who's been to
Yeah,
Salinas,
yeah.
Kansas? Like
Oh,
I wonder if she's been to Salinas, Kansas.
Well-
have you been to Salinas, Kansas?
All right, if you're going to Gen Con this year, come join us. Johnny and I are going to go on a house tour together.
Am I not invited?
Yeah, no, you can come. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
You can
cool.
join us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
where you're going.
Oh, just making sure we knew where we stood, you know.
I don't want to overstep any boundaries.
Well, it's just because Johnny and I were talking about it, but you can obviously.
Don't you just love when someone invites someone else to something right in front of you? And you're not sure.
So, on
You
a house
should
tour,
ask.
Johnny, you want to go? You want to go with me on that?
Just Johnny? No one
yeah,
else?
yeah. I'm just gonna the people
Well,
that I
I mean,
name now. Johnny,
Nick
wanna
and Danny
go?
are going to be at Gen Con too, right? Nick, you want to come?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Nick,
no.
I forgot you're gonna be there. And hey, you know what? I think Gus might be there too. Maybe we should invite Gus.
Oh,
there.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, Gus
I'd
would
love
love
to
it.
see Gus there.
I don't need a haunted house tour. Every time I use the bathroom, it's a haunt in and of itself.
I haunt the house when I. Oh my gosh, Danny.
My name's
Wonderful.
Danny.
That's-
Danny is
that's
the ghost living in our friend's
fantastic.
house.
Fantastic. Speaking of Gen Con, keep your ears open if you're going. Johnny and I are gonna be GMing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure we'll say what we're GMing as soon as we know, because it'd be fun if people that listen to Dustfire are going to Gen Con. Feel free to sign up for our games. So
Yeah, that'd be a blast.
be a dope experience. But for now, we will just play Scum and Villainy. Yeah, let's play Scum and Villainy. We got to finish this job because you've got a governor to steal.
Do we finish the job, or does the job finish us? You know, that's
Really, I
That's the
feel
question.
like I was going back and forth, and I really want to make it clear that like stealing the governor is going to be incredibly difficult. It's not like anyone can just like steal the governor. Like,
Yeah, it's not like stealing the
there's-
Declaration of Independence.
it's not like stealing
Yeah.
the Declaration of Independence.
You have to steal the governor.
Light him on fire, and there's a secret message on the back of his
On his
I
back.
think that's what they did in that movie, but okay.
There was something,
Like-
right? There was like invisible ink
was
or something.
Yeah, but they didn't light it on fire.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess mixing Lord of the Rings in there. Just
There we
toss
go,
them in a
okay.
fire.
Just toss
Secret
him in a
only
fire.
fire.
Toss the governor into the fire gears.
no.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, and I think we're about to find out how difficult it's gonna be, because I think we're just gonna open on the three of you in your hotel room on the same floor as the governor's when you just hear a knock on the door.
Mordecai immediately pockets the quick injector pen that he put the paralytic in, and
I'll-
he'll close up his briefcase.
I'll take care of this, gents. And I go to the door. I open it. Can I
There
help you?
are about a dozen guards all pointing their guns at you.
I think you've got the wrong room, chaps. I think maybe one of the ones down there.
Oh, Praxis, I do not have the wrong room. You should have known that giving your real name would have at least triggered some alarm for me. I've had alerts, and some of the guards sort of part, and you see Aaron walk out. I've had alerts for your name for years now. Why now?
Oh, Aaron. I step out and I close the door behind me.
Oh.
I just thought it was time to stop hiding. Stop living in the shadows. I am terribly sorry for what happened to your sister, but it's not got to define the rest of my life, does it?
Is that an action? I think he's gonna talk to you a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do, Praxis, that people in our positions do not get to choose what we do with our lives. We have greatness thrust upon us. Some people like you have rejected it, and others like myself have risen to the occasion. I am now working with House Malcleith directly. I have informed him of everything that you have done. We are here to bring you and your associates in.
I mean, that's wonderful, Aaron, that you've bettered yourself. I am the fourth son of a fading house. I'm nothing. I'm no one. And I didn't do anything. And there's ways we can prove this, and you know that. And I'm willing to submit myself, but my associates, they didn't know me when I was Praxis Thorn. They've only known me as Leto Bartok. They didn't know anything I did. You leave my associates out of this because they genuinely know nothing. I will surrender myself to you now.
That is an action, for sure. That is an action.
Yeah. I feel like it's a sway.
Graves doesn't like this.
I accept your sway. I will say that it is desperate. I think it's a limited effect.
Yeah. Let me say for the record, too, I'm leaving my comms channel open so that everyone's privy to what's going on.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect.
All right. You said desperate and limited?
Desperate and limited.
Desperate and limited. Okay. Trying to remember the scale of position and effect and whether trading would do anything here.
I don't think you can.
I don't think I can.
Well, no,
right?
you could trade
That's
to no
basically
effect.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be great.
You
Yeah.
could push yourself for greater effect and then trade it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's kind of your only option here.
Yeah, I'll push myself for greater effect, and then I'll trade. And then I would also like to hear a devil's bargain.
Okay.
And I'm going to use a gambit. Just want to throw that out there too.
Okay.
I'm getting all the dice I can.
What is your intent? What are you hoping the outcome of this will be?
My hope is that Aaron, in his eagerness to take me, will take me, bring more guards than he should, leaving a little bit of a clear path for hopefully leaving Graves and Mordecai behind rather than trying to take them in. And suddenly, even though they're down me, the job itself gets slightly easier.
Okay. Okay.
That's my intent.
Your intent. I understand. The devil's bargain, then. He will take you away right now. He will take you away. But they are now suspicious. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of that clock, by the way. They're suspicious. There's no reason to keep that clock around. They're going to call an audible, and the governor will be moving somewhere else. He'll still be giving this speech, but he might not be in that room. He might be in a different room.
Okay, I won't take that bargain then.
Okay.
All right.
So
Justin, my question is,
Yep.
Aaron and his personal security detail
Mhm.
are outside the door.
And some of Governor Malcleath's
I was going to
guards.
say, and Malcleath's guards are
Yep.
cooperating with them. Okay.
Correct.
Right. Well, so like Aaron's part of Malcleath's guards. That's what
Is
he
now
established.
part of-
So
right.
Yep.
I'm just making sure it's like personal security detail plus all the folks we would interact with normally in this building.
Exactly. For sure. Yep. So just to remind me, you trade it for
So I
standard
pushed
effect,
myself
then-
to increase my effect, and then I traded for.
So we're back to limited effect, but now we're at a risky position. I gotcha.
Oh, sorry. I meant it for. I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be standard effect, so I'm not going to trade position effect.
Okay.
I
so
wanted
desperate
greater
position,
effect.
standard effect.
Yeah.
I'm tracking.
6, not doubles, but 6.
Jesus.
Johnny's gonna Johnny.
He do be Johnny in though.
You do be Johnny.
Do be
though.
Johnny.
It's the only thing I know how to do.
That's right. Damn right.
I wish I could learn how to Johnny. Teach me how to Johnny. Teach me how to Johnny. A desperate. So you do it on a 6 though. So I think he pulls out some like sci-fi handcuffs. They've got like little grav latches on them, and latches them around your hands. Fine. If they don't know anything, it's you I want anyway. Come. We've got him. Just keep an eye on those other two. There's a third one that's usually around them somewhere. Don't see him, but keep an eye out as well.
In the
We
comms,
cut
Mordecai
to
goes,
Graves. Oh yeah, sorry, you go first.
All right, in the comms, Mordecai goes,
This can't be good, right? There's no instance in which this is a good thing.
You better know what you're doing, Thorn. We cut to just Graves outside of the door that got closed in his face as he, went to go and
Back on the
support.
comms. I don't. But
How do
many-
the comms work? Because they would hear that.
No, they're like I was thinking earpieces, like not like
They would hear him
walkie-talkies,
say
they're
it.
just like, oh, they would
I
hear me say
don't,
I don't.
out of
Yeah,
context.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. All right. That's I just want to make sure. Okay. He'll.
How many guards are coming? How many guards are leaving the hall?
Yeah, I mean, not all of them, but probably. I don't know. There's some left over. I'll say that.
Well, I
There's some-
specifically want to count because I want to like say something over the comms to let them know how many guards.
For
are
sure.
still-
For sure. Okay. All right.
Justin loves details like that.
I hate details like this. This is the worst.
Well,
'Cause I
if
don't
you're gonna
remember
give
how
me
many
a
I
number
said.
of guards that came to the
Yeah,
door,
yeah.
then I'm going to have to.
I don't remember how many I
expect you to ask
said
how
are
many.
in
You said
this
a
hall,
dozen.
and I said a dozen came to your door. There's probably, I think I said that there were more in this, like,
maybe there
hallway
were
of the hotel.
4 in the hallway. And then
So,
Aaron has
There were
6
more than a
of them.
dozen up here already.
it's the room, it's the floor that the governor is staying in. They have security, like,
Yeah, it's still a crazy number for one hall. That's all. It's still nuts.
I guess. I don't know. This is the thing. That's why I hate details. It requires me to know everything about the world, and I don't know anything about the world. I'm a dummy. So let's just say that a half a dozen stay behind. There are 6 guards that stay behind. Does that sound reasonable to everybody in this party?
It's
No.
a number.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't
There's
sound
6
reasonable.
that stay behind.
Amazing.
I'm confused as to what they're staying behind for, if I'm being honest.
For us to.
They're
Why?
staying behind to continue to make sure that this floor is secure for the governor.
Oh, okay.
Whether or not
So
you
it's
guys
less
were going
for
to
the
be
2
here.
of us.
Yeah, Gears just is like, all right, guys, just come down a floor. It's 255.
Over the comms, say, "You're bringing half the guards just to protect me."
Not to protect you. Not to protect you. I don't care what happens to you. And at this point, he'll because you said that totally offbeat thing, just into the comms. He'll reach up and he'll grab your earpiece and throw it on the ground and smash it.
Ow.
Aye.
This is really uncomfortable fiddling as he tries to get the earpiece.
Yeah, a little closer comfort. Oh, sorry.
He breathes warmly onto your face as he does it.
Yes, not to protect you, but about half the guards, and I will not have you speaking to your associates any further. You have been deemed as an enemy of the hegemony, and so I will use the requisite guards in order to take you into custody.
Marvelous, Aaron. I'm glad to know it's not personal.
Oh, trust me, it is also personal.
I know.
Don't
I
be
was being
confused.
snarky. I'm not confused in the least. All that time and training has addled your mind. You become less clever.
He'll just punch you.
Oh.
Way to prove his point, Aaron.
You swish the blood that fills my mouth around a little bit. and then I like make eye contact as I spit it on his shoes.
Let's go. Come on. We're leaving now. And starts escorting you to the elevator. And turns back and goes, don't let those two leave. They are to remain in their rooms.
Why?
I don't trust you.
You don't need to trust me. I'm with you. You've got eyes on me.
Shoves you into the elevator, and the elevator door closes.
Is there no way to like resist that? Since I rolled a 6 and I like communicated that my intention was that what's happening now is not what would happen.
I mean, because here's the thing: you have control over like some of his guards moving. What Aaron decides to do, though, is right. Like, I don't have to.
No, I understand. I understand, which is why I asked if I could roll to resist. I'm not just asking you to like give me control over him, but I did say very specifically, like, hey, here's this thing. Like, even if like I would rather all of the guards stay behind, but they're not watching Mordecai and Graves closely, then half of them come with me, but they're.
I'm also severely confused by the stretch of the narrative of why they are so. I mean, like. I guess he could be like, he's not arresting them. So why is he like, even if he leaves them on the floor to watch them, if they leave this floor, that is the safe area. Why do they need to keep them here? Right. I feel like it's a severe stretch of the narrative for like, to just get in the way of the thing that I said like 10 minutes ago of they should just come downstairs. I'm unsure how there could be a logic to this.
How about this then? The spitting on his shoes seems like you're trying to rile him up. Up a little bit.
I'm just perhaps responding to being punched in the face.
For sure. For sure.
If the answer is he's just really pissy and he's like, all right, well, they aren't going anywhere then.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of wanted to get maybe an action there, because perhaps then that is his response, right?
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm going back and forth because I don't know. There was a long pause there because I'm having trouble today.
Yeah, no, I get.
Brain
like,
is not GMing, I guess.
my only thing is like if it's a consequence, then like she gets a roll to resist.
For sure. But there should always be an
if it's
I guess I can just introduce consequences when it's appropriate. So maybe you can just resist it.
Okay.
Let's find out. I'm gonna just double check. And bad circumstances. Yeah, okay. You know what? You can resist that.
Okay, then I'm gonna expend my special armor to resist it.
A social.
Because I have my social armor that I can roll to resist, or instead of rolling, I can just expend my armor to resist any consequence of persuasion or suspicion.
Okay. Tell me what you say or do then. He does say that. He says, make sure they don't leave their room.
Genuinely, Aaron, there's no reason to keep them there. They don't know anything about what happened before I left the core worlds. Moreover, I was just trying to show a couple of good friends a good time. You've seen the people I associate with. They don't get opportunities like this often. If anything, you want them off the floor the governor's on.
Fine. Continue your post as normal. The elevator door shuts. I think everybody's happy with the outcome of this.
Yes. And
I mean,
considering
no,
that-
we lost a team member, but
considering that Mordecai and Graves didn't hear any of that because it was all after the earpiece was stomped, I think that we're both fine just thinking we can leave the hotel room. And now we can.
yours is
Dum
like
dum dum.
coming down the floor.
Yeah.
Well, we were instructed to, whenever we need to move around, to contact the guards, right?
Yeah, contact the guard to escort. Yeah.
So, however that would be done, whether it's just like waving my hand as I step outside of the hallway.
Pretty much
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
You just wave a sheet. You're like,
No, Graves mix up his like human signals and like steps out into the hall and does one of these like hitchhiker thumbs.
Do you need to go somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Downstairs.
All right. I'll take you to the elevator.
Thanks.
And Mordecai will follow.
They escort you to the elevator.
Take him to
We
the
got a
stairs.
buddy
make him
down
walk
one floor.
256
Push you down.
Well, now we have to wait for the elevator to get back up because now, Aaron
For
and-
sure. You're just kind of standing there awkwardly with the guard.
yeah, there's one elevator in this tour group.
And there's certainly
More.
two
Yeah,
elevators there.
fancy hotel.
It's incredibly inefficient.
You go down to the floor below you to meet up with Gears.
All right. So everything's kind of gone poorly. But, and actually, Justin, I'm going to need a fortune roll, I think.
Okay.
Can I know if the room directly below the governor's room is occupied, please?
Ooh.
How would you have gotten this information?
Gears just knocks
If
on
at
the
all.
door and is
Okay.
like, maintenance.
Yes.
Okay.
Just hoping for lighter security on the non-governor floors, which makes sense to me. And maybe not a full house.
It is. You knock on the door and the door opens, and it is a cleaning person.
Oh.
And they're like, I'm so sorry, you're going to have to come back. There was a very raucous party thrown in this room. It's going to take a little bit for me to clean it.
Right. I was just trying to, but I mean, they called me and they just wanted me to fix some of the severely broken. And like he looks behind. I wasn't. They didn't really tell me how bad it was. Oh, geez.
Oh, you're here to fix some of the electronics?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
That's fine, as long as you don't mind me cleaning us around you.
Yeah, that'll work. I think I have some help coming in a little bit. I'll wait out here for them, and then we'll knock again when we're
All right.
ready for you.
Sounds good. And she shuts the door again. And then Mordecai and Graves come.
A doctor
help
and a
is here,
random
baby.
giant gun arrive.
Yeah. All right. So there's an upswing and a downswing.
Mhm.
Upswing.
Some might say
there
the very definition of a 4 to 5.
there is unfortunately a woman in the room. Fortunately, she is just the cleaning service because somebody messed up this room, which means nobody's coming here for a while because it's being cleaned extensively. So we need to take care of her either by bribing her to, hang out in the bathroom, knocking her out, which is dangerous because we really don't want to kill her or leave that much of a trace, or another option that I am not thinking of. I don't know if you guys want to throw something out here.
I could administer an anesthetic.
Oh, just knock her out.
Not kill her.
All right, yeah. What?
I took an oath. I said not kill her. I took an oath.
Oh, you're one of those.
Hippocratic oath.
Never met somebody who took that.
Still exists.
All right. So I told her we were like you guys were part of the engineering crew. We're here to fix the electronics in the room.
Give
Graves,
me a
if you
wrench.
Okay, don't hit her with it. Just get up behind her, grab her, and let Mordecai knock her out.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, don't hit her with the wrench. I think you'll kill her.
Understood.
Okay, here's a wrench. We're in here to fix electronics. Still gives him a wrench.
Also, Mordecai standing next to Graves is probably the most comical thing because I already established Mordecai is short.
Height difference, yeah. Height
To be
difference.
clear, Gears is also short. He's only like 5 foot flat.
Oh,
And has been this entire time.
I'm taller than Gears.
so Mordecai and
I made
Gears.
him a short little dude.
Mordecai and Gears stand lip to lip.
One might say.
I
Not
just
that they would
met
need
him.
to say
Not
that.
us. Not us. We wouldn't say that, but some might say that.
I'll say that. I'll say that all the time. I'll say it more.
Okay,
You,
all
you
right.
knock back on the door, and the door opens. She goes, yes, feel free to come in. I still have quite a lot to clean, so.
Yeah, it is looking pretty bad. Yeah, I'm gonna start with the hollow communicator. I have no idea what this fluid is, and he just like pretends to be absorbed in fixing whatever
For sure.
the hell is going
Yeah.
on with it.
And Mordecai walks in and puts his briefcase on another table, opens it up, pulls out a syringe and starts clicking it, flicking it. I'm checking off my fine bedside manner
Okay.
because I look very professional. I look like I know what I'm doing, and it looks like that there's a perfectly reasonable reason that he's just prepping a syringe.
I would love to know what that reason is. And in fact, I think you might be asked, sorry, I thought you were engineers fixing the electronics. Why do you need a syringe?
Mordecai's gonna look at her and look at Graves and look back at her.
Is Grace just standing there doing nothing?
Yeah, what?
I pictured him going over to like some type of panel and just unscrewing stuff, unbolting a panel on the wall. You look over at me like I'm supposed.
Yeah.
I said grab her.
Yeah, weren't you supposed to grab her so that Mordecai could do that?
Well, I mean, if you
Mordecai
got-
kind of jumped the gun here. I mean,
yeah, if
like,
you just get
the assumption
Pull
was,
out the-
yeah, he just immediately pulled out the syringe. So I mean, grab her, I guess.
I was assuming a slightly smoother operation, but yeah, it's all
I
good.
think that's true in canon too. I think we both are like, what the, what are you
What is
doing?
this noob doing? Graves like, we just had to, and he starts walking over to her. We had to bring some extra equipment because, and he just picks her up and brings her over to Mordecai.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about this.
I'm trying to decide if this is a setup. I don't know if it is actually. I think it's just. I think it's a
It's a
roll.
loser roll.
I think it's just a
Yeah.
roll from Mordecai.
Okay, yeah.
Because you would have no problem picking her up.
Yeah.
And I
It
think
could
there's
still be a setup in the sense of if the risk is effectively sticking her, then she's not going anywhere, I
Yeah.
guess. So
I think it's just a roll from Mordecai.
And these aren't the penthouses, but these are still nice suites. They're pretty high up, so
Mhm.
you can't hear anything from.
yeah.
Mordecai
Yeah.
took that plan so seriously and immediately.
Yeah, but it's almost like he didn't listen to any of the details at all.
What action do you think this is?
I think doctor makes sense.
Sure, for sure.
Does seem to.
I think it's risky. I think it's standard. Risky, standard.
All right. I'm going to push myself. Just to get another die. And let's roll. A 5.
Okay. You do it, but there's a consequence. Yeah, I think you stick her and inject the syringe. She goes, "What is?"
I love it.
All right.
And-
So let's set her up in the bathroom. I'm feeling pretty bad. I'm feeling worse about putting her in the bathroom. That I don't know if you guys have looked yet. But I'm feeling worse about that than actually putting her under. But we're gonna pretend like she slipped, hit her head. Carlton, if you could just give her like a light bonk, just like a bump. Seriously, do
I
not
think there's
use
still
the
a
wrench.
consequence.
There is. Because you hear from her pocket, Elizabeth, check in. It's time for you to check in. We're about to send up some other mates. You said that you needed some help in that room, so they're coming on their way. Copy?
Can I protect?
Yeah. Oh.
I'd like to. I've
Or
never done this
resist?
before.
well, so-
Resist.
Protecting would be taking the consequences for somebody,
Oh, okay. I want
But then he can resist as normal.
but then you could resist as normal. Sure.
Okay, so I want to protect.
Otherwise, I could just resist.
Yeah, because I have an idea for how Gears would want to resist this. So he grabs the communicator really quick, slaps a little voice modulator on it, and just goes for does his best for because on a communicator. Fun fact. When we use telephones, not a lot of our voice fidelity actually makes it through over the phone. So when you think you hear a voice of somebody, you're actually kind of projecting that onto the person that you're expecting to
interesting.
talk to.
That's very interesting.
So it's actually why a lot of con men are able to make really easy inferences as long as they fake the name on that appears on somebody's phone, which you can do. So you should be careful about sending.
You've also never heard our voices. You're just projecting what you think we sound like.
This is a little different. There's a little bit more audio quality going on.
I don't think so.
Oh, all right.
Also,
yeah.
he has
I wonder what I
met
sound like to
the
everyone.
three of us
Yeah.
in person.
there's also that. But anyways, just goes for he heard this woman's voice, tries to go for something similar really quick. And that is how I'm going to resist. Roll to resist.
Sounds like insight to me.
That's how I like it. 5,
Okay, so one stress.
which is exactly enough that I will not get taken
Cannot
out.
take any more stress.
I am full of stress.
What do you say?
Graves was thinking the same thing. So as soon as you grab it, he just leans in and says, "Tell them it's cleaned up."
Can't do that. And Gears says, you know what? Actually, don't send anybody else. It is. I think we'll make more of a mess if there's anybody else in here. It's just disgusting. I can totally handle this. Sorry for the trouble.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine. We won't send anybody up. We'll see you in a couple hours then, probably. Feel free to radio if you need any help.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, I already had to, puke once, so less people might be good.
For sure. That makes sense. Well, don't be a hero. Take a lot of breaks. Let us know if you
What a
need any help.
good boss!
Oh,
There are good people out there in this empire.
Yeah. Thanks so much, boss. I'll definitely check in later.
Of course.
And
We love to see a healthy work environment.
yeah, no, it's kind of inspiring, honestly.
Maybe I should work here. Yeah.
Anyways,
Let's go in
Graves,
the
can you
back.
hit her on the head, please? Just lightly, just a bump. Yeah,
A bruise, a bump.
yeah. We want a lump on her head so that it seems like she just hit her head. And
Graves,
just
after
fake-
all of your emphatic warnings, Graves is just slowly increasing pressure, he's flicking her head in the same spot. He just
Mordecai chimes in to give him point him it would make more sense if you hit her here on this temple
yeah.
because that would.
I don't
All right.
directions from you.
I. He was just like, all right, I'm going to start working on the ceiling. Graves, once you're done with that, please go retrieve the clone governor.
I think this is enough. Okay. He puts her down gently.
Just lay her down in the bathroom.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, Gears starts busts out his fine ship repair tools and his trusty old laser cutter, and he is going to start trying to cut into the ceiling.
Okay.
The first layer. He's not going straight into the room above.
Yes. Okay. Give me an action.
Riggin.
Makes sense. I think it's risky. I think it's standard. Yeah, risky standard.
And that is considering my fine ship repair tools.
That is considering your friendship repair tools.
Just making sure. Risky standard. Risky standard. How do I feel about that? Yeah, let's just roll it. That is a 5 again. I seem to only be able to roll 5s.
Hey, look, 5 as you do it.
I'll take 5s. Yeah.
5 as you do it.
Yeah,
You know what
good.
I mean?
That's good. Yeah.
I think it's actually gonna. I think it. You start doing this, and you realize that it is gonna be. You can do it. You start to cut through a little bit. You realize it's with the amount of time it's taking. You're gonna have to time it like perfectly. Like you're not gonna be able to set up anything. Right? You won't be able to have it ready and then just go up there and grab them. Like you're basically gonna have to like do it when it's time for you to get in there.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to do it. So yeah, the part he cuts the hole, he was like looking at the schematics for the building. It's like the hallway into the room. So the best he can do is like try to judge where the dude is standing as he's walking in and try to cut it out from underneath him.
Yep. So you're gonna need some sort of eyes, I think, on that floor. That's fun. Yeah, you're gonna need some eyes on that floor. That's fun. And you still got to figure out the clone thing. There's still so much of this that like this is still so fun because there's a lot that can go wrong.
There's
of
a lot
to this.
Yeah.
But that's this job. That's a heist of this caliber.
Yeah, Mordecai is currently checking the pulse of the cleaner to make sure she's still alive.
She's fine.
And while he's doing that, he's like, "Gears, how's it going over there?"
All right, so here's the deal. This is going to take too long. We're going to have to basically drop him into the hole. That's going to be hard to do unless I know where he is in the room and what's going on with him. Now, I do have with me a small drone that we could potentially use on the floor, but it would also be very helpful to have somebody up on the floor. I do not know what to do past that. Mordecai, could you go back to the room and then take my drone and try to pilot it into the thing? Or are you comfortable with that? Do you have any skills in that kind of operation? Well, wait, no, you need to be here. That's right. No.
I do need to be here so I can stick the
Great. Like, Gears turns to Graves. Yeah, no,
Do what?
Well, actually, Graves, you could probably cut through the rest of this yourself. Because you just need to operate a laser saw. You've probably done that before.
Mhm. It's just like
I
mining.
could go up. Basically, yeah. I could go up. Oh, wait, no, I don't have a room. Wait, well, I am an engineer.
Why don't you think about this for a little bit?
Yeah.
Let's cut to Praxis. Let's up it up. You get down to the first floor. You're being let out by Aaron and the guards, and you Yeah, what do you do? Do you say anything? Do you do anything? They're just sort of leading you out of the hotel.
Yeah, I think Praxis is just complying, just walking along with them, not putting up any resistance or anything like that.
Yeah. As you are walking towards the entrance, you can see that the security starts to tighten, and you see the governor walk in.
Amazing information I can do nothing with.
I know. That's why I'm giving it to you, because I think
Torturous.
it's fun to like. Does Praxis try and get out somehow? Does he? Yeah. To get this information up. You pass by the governor, and he's like in a well-pressed suit. He's got like a graying beard, and he stops as you two are like passing each other and goes, Aaron, it's good to see you. What are you doing here? Sir, just apprehending a criminal, somebody who has it out for you, we believe. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Couldn't be farther from the truth. As a matter of fact, I enjoy quite a good time with your niece every now and then.
His face darkens.
I didn't mean that in any untoward way. I just mean she's a lovely girl.
Where do I know you from?
Praxis of House Thorn, sir.
Ah. House Thorn, yes. Those conniving worms will amount to nothing in their life.
What an interesting thing to say.
Yes. You've had the training in the speech etiquettes, of course. You know exactly the words to say. Well.
And you speak so eloquently yourself, sir.
That's just because the person controlling him has not taken the speech etiquette training. Doesn't say that, obviously. Well, Aaron, if you've got some problem with this Praxis of House Thorn, feel free to put him wherever you want. Of course, yes. And starts to push you rather aggressively now out of the hotel as the governor starts to walk towards the elevator.
Figured out what I want to do. And this time gave me perfect opportunity to figure it out and to execute, actually. So you delay the governor just a little bit, and Gears takes this opportunity. He relays the plan, so you don't have to spend a whole bunch of time doing this. So Carlton and Mordecai know what's going on. But Graves goes up to the main floor. The security guard is there, and he's like, hey, we were just given a report about some potentially shady individuals being in room and what was it, 256 C or whatever room.
Yep.
They just got assigned to. They wanted me to check it out, make sure they didn't leave any sort of untoward devices, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I understand. I need an action roll.
For sure.
This guard is like eyeing you up as you say this.
Sway. And you know what? As part of that, I'm going to use Mechanic's Heart. Wait, so actually, no, I picked Sway. So first, give me the effect and.
Yeah, I think it is risky, and is it standard or limited? I think it's standard. Risky standard.
I think Gears just kind of goes like, I can't believe these people like this, like potentially putting the governor in danger could upset the entire sector. I mean, I just can't believe anybody would be so hateful of the hegemony. It does so much for us.
Yeah, man, you got me.
This is him speaking from the heart,
Yeah.
or pretending to, and so my words reach even the most hardened criminal, and
That's
I
a
gain
good
potency.
point. Is mechanics hard and you have to be sincere?
Oh, if it does, then
No,
I'll change what I'm saying.
I think it does need to be. I think that's the whole point of that. It's like,
Okay, yes, okay,
Yeah.
totally flipped. Gears is like, I can't. These idiots, they come in here, they cause all sorts of problems. It makes more work for me, more work for you. It's ridiculous.
oh my gosh, you're telling me I'm gonna have to fill out so much paperwork just because of those 3 that came up.
I know. Oh my god.
On roll.
So do I gain potency for that?
You do, so it'd be great effect.
Okay, I will take that. And I'm at a risky position.
Risky position.
I would actually like to trade down the effect to standard and go
Okay.
up to
Control.
controlled position.
Okay, I accept.
We're playing Scum and Villainy, folks.
6.
Hey, you are telling me I have to fill out so much paperwork now because of those 3. I'm sure you as well too. Here, I'll show
Yeah.
you the room. I
can't
guarantee
imagine
you there's something in there that you're gonna have to take apart.
And when I find it, I mean, I'm gonna be locked up for days.
Ridiculous. Let me show you to the room. And he leads you to the room.
Nice. So yeah. Gears gets in the room. He's like, thanks for the help. I'll just be working in here.
Yep.
I'll wave you down if I need to go anywhere.
Thank you.
Closes the door. Immediately starts busting out his drone and getting it underway and under control. Oh, just waits a little bit, make sure the guy kind of walks back to his post, and cracks the door open just slightly to let the drone out.
Yep.
And goes the opposite way to, like, from if the guard went like to the left, goes to the right to, like,
For
loop
sure.
around
For
to
sure.
the
For sure. To the
governor's room.
I think I'm still gonna need some roll to get that drone there unseen because there are still about a half dozen or so people.
Yeah. So yeah, I just to be clear, just trying to get it to a corner where it is. I have a view of the
Visual.
room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But yeah, I agree. It's an action. I'll probably go with helm this time
Yeah,
because I'm driving the drone.
I could see it. Sure, Helm, if that's what you want to do. I think it's risky and limited then.
Risky and limited. Risky and limited. Oh man. All right. Risky and limited. I will trade down risky to desperate and go for
Standard effect.
standard effect.
Okay.
I will also. How many gambits do we have left? Where are we at with that? We have 2. I will also spend a gambit on this roll.
Okay.
All right. I do get prowess track experience for this. That's fun.
Nice.
Do you have a devil's bargain? By any
Do
chance?
I have a devil's bargain for you? Your goal is to have this drone have sight of this thing unseen. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Devil's bargain. The devil's bargain is this. I'm gonna create a clock if you take this, and it'll be a pretty short clock. It's gonna be a 4-segment clock, and one of the guards is just gonna come check on you, not because they distrust you, but just because they're, checking up on your job to see when you're gonna leave. And I will mark 1 on that clock.
All right, let's do it.
Oh my gosh.
Love it.
All right, please. All right, I got 1-6. Sorry, I had to roll the last die like 3 times because it kept falling off my desk.
That's fine. But with a 6, you do it. So you have perfect sight of this door, and none of the guards have seen your drone.
Okay, and now we wait, which is not inspiring for the clock that I have set up for myself.
It is not. What are the other 2 of you doing?
Yeah, I think we cut to Graves, who just seems a bit more irked than usual to be alone in a room with this new Dr. Mordecai character. And he just periodically like seems to be checking his comms and just going, Thorn.
Carlton, I just wanted to apologize for earlier. I thought I fully understood the plan, but I think there would have been some misunderstanding on my part. I just want to apologize and let you know that going forward, I won't make any more mistakes.
Why do the smallest ones make the most words?
Oh, you're talking about me?
He's looking around, seeing that there's no one else in this entire room.
He disregards your question. By the way, in real life, I'm sorry, Danny.
Oh no, you're not. And then now he's just sort of standing like with his back against the wall, just holding his injector with the paralytic, just like looking up,
Waiting.
at Graves. It's like waiting.
We are literally in a holding pattern. Literally just like...
Yeah. I think I am. I'm gonna mark 1 more on that 4-segment clock. Then the elevator ding on 256 opens, and the governor starts walking towards his room. He gets waylaid by one of the guards, and they're talking a little bit.
Gears is like, okay, he's talking to one of the guards. He's just outside of his room.
Just give the live play-by-play.
Ready?
I guess you're just waiting for him to open his door, right?
Yeah. Everybody's sweating.
Yeah.
Graves doesn't even sweat. His species doesn't do that, but he's sweating right now.
Yeah, however I perspire, I'm imagining it's more dog-related, like just like cooling through the tongue. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a fortune die. I'm gonna tell you what this fortune die represents before I roll it.
Okay.
I am trying to decide whether a guard is gonna go into this room with him or not. It seems highly reasonable that a guard would go into his room. It also seems reasonable that he would want some alone time. So, I think we're gonna leave it to a die.
Do we have any?
I love
Do
it.
we know the numbers that we're looking for
Yeah.
here?
yeah.
So I'm gonna give you a die for sheer luck.
Okay.
Let's see. What do I? Let's play this right, because this is an important roll. This is a very important roll.
I'm just to be clear, Nick is sweating as well. I'm feeling it. I'm gonna take the sweater off. Give me a second.
Yeah. And while he looks this up, I just want to make sure that I have a clear sense of the plan. I've had serious trouble with focus today in this session.
Me too.
So we want to inject him.
Yeah. You know,
He's
this
coming
copy's
into
being
his
overrun
room.
with-
Yep.
We are not in his room.
Or underneath his.
We are in the room beneath his room.
Mhm.
I'm cutting through.
Mhm.
Like
You were
I took
timing
Gears' place.
A-
And I'm
as
trying
he
to
is-
finish this as he steps on to the area
Yep.
above me
Oh,
so
yeah.
that he falls through into the floor
Uh-huh.
beneath where Mordecai will inject him.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm essentially waiting for a comms signal from Gears
Mm-hmm.
that he's standing in the spot or about to step
Mhm.
onto the spot.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
is the
All right.
And also, as
Just
soon
making
as
sure I
he's
got it.
stuck, as soon as he's stuck, Graves needs to. I'm guessing Graves needs to pick up the governor. We just got to get out of there.
Well, no, we got no.
You
It's
gotta
worse than
replace
that.
him.
We
Yep.
got to put the clone up there and then close the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy
And the
peasy.
clone-
and then
and the
figure out what to
clone
do
is-
with the other.
The clone's in the room with us.
The clone
Yes.
is in the room. I mean, you told.
Well,
Graves.
I told Graves to go
I'm
grab
not
him
gonna-
from the
yeah, I'm not-
elevator.
Oh,
I-
yeah.
Yeah.
There's maybe a role in there to like to take a clone of the governor, like unseen by anyone else into that room. But it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I was gonna say I missed that for some god reason.
It's sorry. We're all having trouble. It's
It's
just
a
one of those
day.
days. It's one of those days today. Okay.
So many
A-
pieces. So many
A
pieces.
fortune roll. A fortune roll. 1 die for each trait rating.
Trait.
Do you have a trait that I think applies? Maybe your tier? No, it'd be their tier. But I'm gonna just say no. I'm gonna say there's no trait that applies. So I'm rolling a die for sheer luck. I think at this point you need to convince me if you have any major advantages. I think you have a pretty significant major disadvantage, which is that some weird stuff has been going on and the guards are at least on alert. I don't know if they suspect you of doing anything, but they're certainly not like relaxed and like, nothing's gonna happen. I think that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
So
I
I
can do-
think
I
I'm
can do
gonna
a
take a die
flashback
away for that.
And say that Mordecai has been
Unless-
passing lollipops to all the guards to soothe the nerves.
They're just standing up.
Hello, sir.
How's it going? What room you're trying to get to?
There's no protocol against this, right? Have a lolly.
Have a lollipop. No, you will not get a die for that major advantage. So unless you can actually come up with a major advantage, I'm going to take away that 1 die you have and roll 2 die and take the lower.
A major advantage.
If you're positive, if
mean-
you have to think of it, I don't know if you've got one.
The closest thing I've got is just that we are, our intentions are still fully undetected. Like while Carlton Graves and Mordecai to some extent are like they are known elements, it is absolutely
Yeah.
they could not possibly have any sort of idea
For
of
sure.
what we are about to attempt
For sure.
because it is
Yeah.
so out there.
I mean,
And
like
that's the
maybe
best
we
I've
could.
got.
I was going to say it kind of plays along with that, and maybe takes it
Yeah.
a step farther, which is to say that maybe they have a false sense of confidence that like they've caught
them.
Praxis, they caught
For
the
sure.
threat. Like there's nothing to
sure.
worry about now.
Mhm.
Not necessarily nothing, but you know what I'm saying. Like they've
I understand.
this
I
false
understand.
sense of security.
I understand. And because I am nice and I want to give you a chance, I will give you a major dice for that advantage, but then obviously take it away for the disadvantage. So instead of rolling 2 die and taking the worst result, I'm going to just roll 1 die.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll this. This is for your benefit. So on a 4 or 5, that's good, but there's a complication. On a 6, it's totally good. On a 1 to 3, it is not going to go well for you. All right?
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm nervous about this too. Okay.
What does that mean? Okay.
He's inscrutable. I can't read him.
The door opens, and the governor Malcleith you see him start to walk into his room. He does not close the door. He is standing on the spot with the door open. No one is coming in after him, but he turns around because it sounds like somebody's called his name. And he turns around and he's talking now to someone on the other side of the door.
Tell me when.
Can I roll to resist this consequence? Or am I allowed to do that on a risk on a fortune roll?
roll?
I don't think so, because this isn't a consequence in well, I
It's an
guess
action.
it
Checking the book for the
So-
rules.
To be clear, you might be asking, and our listeners might be asking themselves,
no.
what I could possibly do to resist this. And it is just Gears timing it perfectly. So, like, the person turns away and perhaps closes the door
Mhm,
for
mhm.
the governor, but the governor doesn't get out of the spot that I need him
I
in.
understand. So this is not a consequence in the normal, because this was a fortune roll. This is just what's called a mixed result. So
Okay.
limited or
Mm.
partial effect. So it is not a consequence in the like
Traditional,
mechanical.
yeah.
I'm giving you a consequence for this. This is just a result of that.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna mark one more off of the guard's check on Gear's clock as well.
So I'm at 3 ticks on that.
3 of the 4 ticks. Yep.
While they're talking to each other, I'm going to
Mhm.
slightly change the plan. I'm going to have the drone, to the best of my ability, crawl into the room since the door is open.
Okay. Get into the room unseen. I need an action roll for this.
Yeah.
For sure.
Can
And I
get
think
the-
almost no matter what you decide, I think it's going to be desperate, but we'll say standard effect. You'll get it in there.
Okay. I think it's prowess. Or sorry, helm roll, not prowess.
Okay,
That is the
okay.
attribute. I'm at desperate, but standard.
Yep.
Okay. Desperate but standard. How many gambits do we have? I have 1 gambit left. I'm not gonna get a gambit from doing this.
I like to imagine that like Carlton and Mordecai can like hear footsteps above them, so we're
for
like
sure.
confused as to like why.
Well, Gears is like,
Gears
wait a
hasn't
second,
told us.
the door is
Okay.
open. Wait.
Yeah.
And then Gears, yeah, I will spend our last gambit to
Okay.
roll 3 dice for this.
Okay.
Good call, Nick.
Devil's bargain.
Stop!
What do you got? Wait,
Mid dice shake.
let me hear what you got.
You will totally get this into that better position inside of the room.
Mhm.
I will finish that clock, and the cards will come check on you.
So I have to ask myself, can I sway myself out of that one?
Exactly.
You know what? I'll take it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh,
Take
my
that extra die.
gosh.
Oh no. This is the end.
Don't say that.
6.
Okay. All right. So you do it. You unseen somehow, as these two are literally talking to each other from on the other side of the doorway. You get this drone into the governor's room. And now that you're like kind of passing by, you can see it looks like he's talking to a guard and having this discussion of like, no, please don't come in here. I need a moment. Like, please do not. Come in here.
I'm going to split the feed so that Carlton and Mordecai have access to it. Like their communicators light up with the
For sure.
screen.
For sure.
I'm gonna lock my little computer that I'm using.
Yep.
With like the strongest algorithm I have, and then I'm gonna start because this is assuming I hear like footsteps coming towards my room.
Yeah, I think it's more immediate than that because I think you just hear the knock on your door.
Okay, I hear the knock.
We're coming in. We just want to check and make sure everything's all right. The governor's up here, so we're coming in, and the door starts to
split the feed. I lock the thing, and then I look like I'm vigorously working on like trying to break into this little device.
I need an action for that for sure.
Rig, I guess, because I'm trying to like look like I'm.
Sure.
This is
Yeah.
my device. I'm trying to make
For
it
sure.
look like I'm breaking into it.
I think it's desperate. I think it's limited.
Would hack be better? Would that is it?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so.
so it's desperate and limited. I have no ability to trade for effect. I am
Without
out of
pushing
gambit.
yourself. Oh,
You
you
could
can't
push
push
yourself for
yourself
effect.
I cannot.
unless you want to get taken
No,
out.
you're right. You can't push yourself. Oh my gosh, I forgot how much stress you're at.
So taking myself out, do I have any control over that, or is it just like
Not what do you mean? Like you'll get to accomplish the thing still.
Like, so let's say I
Yeah.
push myself for greater effect for standard.
Yep.
And so, which means it's effective as long as I roll, all right?
Which in this
Then-
case is convincing them that you're
Like, I
You're-
found this thing.
you're doing
I'm
your
just trying
normal
to figure out what it does.
for sure.
And then would taking myself out be like, maybe they like are like, oh, well, then we should probably take that down to engineering and have them help you look at it or something like that.
It might be something like that. Yeah.
Then I will sacrifice myself for the job. I will push myself for standard effect
Whoa.
and hope that this works.
So desperate standard.
Desperate standard.
Okay.
Two sixes. I didn't need to kill myself. That sucks. That's
Yikes! Yikes!
You're not
Um,
killing yourself. You're just stressing yourself,
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
traumatizing yourself.
Great.
I'll tell you what though. With great effect, I think I can give you some other things, which is that you walk in, or he walks in, and you say, "What do you say?" He's like, "Everything good in here?"
I found this little computing device. I think it's connected to something. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. I'm gonna have to escort you and that thing downstairs. We're gonna have some of our team look at that. That does
Yeah, it's
not
pretty
look safe.
dangerous. I understand.
Yep.
I'll come to consult with you guys, and
Um,
I hand over the device, and my comm is open, so you guys are hearing all of this happening.
I do,
Right.
I do. Yeah, you hear it happening. I do think though, perhaps in the shuffle of this guard grabbing this thing and like helping escort you down, I think your comm falls out. Because if you
That's
can
fair.
just talk to them, then you're not really out
Yeah,
of the.
I'm not really at.
you're not
Well,
really
they
out of it.
hear. They are able to hear what's
For sure,
happened.
they hear
Yeah,
that you're getting taken, and then sometime in that shuffle, you can hear that the comm falls out. You know that Gears is not in trouble though. His cover is still intact, but you are not able to speak to him anymore.
That's it for me, folks.
And see ya. And
Dropping like flies.
Oh, well, actually, wait. What trauma do I get? This is the
yeah,
first time I've done
let's
this.
figure that out.
I'm not technically.
Welcome to
trauma,
trauma.
I'm just not Here.
Yeah, you just sacrificed yourself without taking the trauma. But hey, it's yeah, what do you think makes sense? Reckless? I don't know.
I-
You want to take it? I'll let you look
Reckless?
at it and tell me. You can tell me probably a bit more about Gears' emotional state in this moment.
Yeah. So he's. I think this is like. He's been exhausted for like the last 3 missions. And also stunned for like the last 2. He is he's just so stressed about what is going on here, and what has happened. And like he's keeping up appearances, but he's like sweating, and like I don't think he's gonna give himself away. But I think like anxiety or anxious or something like that would be
Paranoid.
where
Okay.
he's at.
And-
Yeah.
Perhaps unstable. Your emotional state is volatile. You can instantly rage, fall into despair, act impulsively, or freeze up.
I think that's 100% right.
Unstable.
Mm.
Perfect.
All right.
But with great effect, I will say too that not only this guard, but 3 of the other guards. So now there are only 2 guards left up here. The 4 guards are helping to escort you and this unknown device down to the first floor to get it out of this floor. So that leaves only 2 guards in this room, or in this floor. One of them is talking to the governor.
Well, they just finished their con.
They just kind of finished. Yep.
Well, have fun, guys.
Great.
This
I
is-
swear to
Mordecai,
God. So we still, so you
you have a feed
for
now.
the
You can
feed.
see.
So now
Yep.
yes, and we still see the governor talking to this guard on the other side of the door.
And he hasn't closed the door or anything yet.
The conversation has. Well, I think let's just push it forward. The conversation is ending, and the guard is shutting the door.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
All right. Graves finishes cutting through.
Okay, I need an action for this.
Yeah, what do you think?
You tell me.
The issue is the timing? Is that the issue?
I think it's the timing. I think it's the cutting through. I think it's the both.
Yeah.
Okay. Oof. I'm going to say this is rig.
Yeah. Okay, I like
That
that.
makes a lot of sense.
I think it's risky, and I think Gears kind of already set it up for you, so I think it's standard.
Okay. So was that a literal setup action? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Or
he just
Okay.
narratively he had tried to cut
Yeah.
through the first floor earlier and did that
So that
successfully,
helps
but
with
he knew
effect.
that he wouldn't be able to do any more than you would have to do now. So risky standard.
Okay, risky and standard.
Mhm.
I mean, this is something I don't want to mess up, so I'll push myself. I'm trying to make sure I've taken into account that I'm bleeding and blasted, both level 2 harm.
Okay.
So that would be a
I'm-
-1 die, right, to any roll.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm
But I
gonna
have
assist.
flesh wound. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna assist, and Mordecai is just sort
How
of
do you
just trying his best to calm Graves, so he has a steady hand. Using his fine bedside manner that he's put into practice so
All
often.
right. Okay. Sure. For sure.
It's an actual stitch.
It
is.
Fine
It's a
bedside manner.
stitch thing. You knocked it off. I think then, yes, absolutely.
And to be clear, I'm not pushing myself in the usual sense. I have to push myself to ignore wound penalties. So I'm not pushing myself to gain a die. I'm pushing myself to not lose a die.
Okay.
But because I have flesh wound, that push only costs 1 stress, not 2.
Oh, nice. That's dope.
So I will just roll with my 2 pips, as if I
Okay.
wasn't wounded.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But you also
I
get a
the
die.
Yeah, I get a die
Um,
from Danny.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And also knowing this is happening, Mordecai will begin decanting the clone from the stasis pod, so that it's
Mhm,
just
mhm.
basically just prepped to
Yep.
do the swap.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Here comes something. Nope, that's not good.
No!
Oh no!
No!
I have a 2, a 2, and a 3. So
Oh no! Things go badly.
Was this a desperate?
this was a risky position,
Risky?
standard
Uh-huh.
effect.
Oh man.
What is the tool that I'm using? Is it like a tiny saw? You said like a laser
So,
saw? or
like a
something?
laser saw, yeah.
I'm picturing myself like cutting right into his foot or something like that, rather than like correctly finishing the job. But
I mean, that's pretty good. I think this is worse though.
okay, yeah,
I think the worst thing is that he falls down. You do not get the jump on him though.
okay,
He is with it now. He sees exactly what's happening, and fast, very fast, takes out a vibro blade and stabs you with
the governor himself.
it, Graves.
Ah,
Is that resistible?
It's resistible. Yeah, I think the harm is resistible. I think the things go badly though is that you do not get to jump on him, but you can definitely
Okay.
resist the harm.
but I can roll to resist the harm. Yeah, I'll roll.
Well, actually, maybe the whole thing is resistible. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's resistible.
yeah.
You can like in this, you like avoid the harm and try and knock him out.
Okay. So let's see. For rolling to resist, I forget. I roll.
Well, I think that this is a Oh, this has got to be a prowess roll. It's got to be prowess. So you're just rolling your prowess, which is 3.
Yeah. And I take what? The highest?
Yep. Highest.
All
and
right.
then 6 minus the highest stress is what you're going to take.
Yep. 4 is my highest. So 6 minus 4.
2 stress.
I'll take 2 stress.
What do
What's
you
your stress
do?
looking like, Steve?
I'm now at 5 stress.
Okay.
What do you do?
All right.
Yeah, so I cut this open.
Yep. He
And
falls through.
He falls
and
through.
very quickly spins around, and almost like lands on his feet and spins around with this blade and just goes for you.
Yeah. With whatever this tool is that I'm holding, with the butt of it, I just take it straight to his temple.
I love it. I love it. You do that. You just smash him in the face, and he falls unconscious.
I'm sticking
Oh.
him. He's unconscious, and we're
You get
giving him a
pounced?
paralytic. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
I'm not going to make you roll. He's unconscious. There, you could just
Okay.
stick an unconscious body. That would be-
Unconscious and paralyzed.
Yeah, unconscious and paralyzed.
Yeah, Graves lifts him up, starts putting him into the stasis pod.
I feel like too. There's like a tense moment of the two of you like looking up
Yeah.
and like waiting to see if anyone heard that, and no one opens the door.
Okay, go. And
Okay.
Mordecai he's already just dragging the clone out of the stasis pod. Do we just chuck him up? Do we just chuck the clone up there through the hole? What's going on here?
I didn't think
I mean,
about
you
this
can
part.
climb. So, like at this point, like the guards are like, "Oh, the governor's in his room. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
go in there and leave him.
Climb
in
through the
bed
hole that I
and-
cut, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're
Yeah.
quiet. Totally. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a climber, so yeah, Graves is going to do it. I just
Yeah.
Mordecai.
Yeah, wear
You
the
just
clone like a
gotta-
backpack and just climb up.
Yeah. Do we have any rope or anything like that? Like, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to think
that's-
about the best mechanical way to do this.
That's what I was.
I mean, you could
Um,
also just climb up, and Mordecai can start lifting the clone up to you, and you can
for
just
sure. Yeah.
lift it
That's
up
what I
and
was
just
picturing. I
lift
just
for
wanted to
sure.
make sure it felt
Yeah.
smooth, you know.
Yeah. I don't.
Um,
I don't feel like rope is necessary for this.
I think it's also
Okay.
important to remember that Carlton Graves is huge.
Yeah.
And
He's big. He's big.
that helps with a lot of this.
Yeah. I
It
think
does.
with the jumping, you could definitely grab hold and then start pulling yourself up, and then
Okay.
Mordecai could lift it up to you. I do think there's an action in there though for
Yeah.
like because that's still like pretty
Climb and carry.
Could be loud.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to scramble.
Okay.
I'll push again to ignore my -1d penalty.
Yeah. I think then that's risky, and we'll
Mhm.
say standard. You'll get up there
Yep.
quietly.
And we've already used all of our gambits, correct?
There are no
That's
more
correct.
gambits.
All right. 3 die it is. Let's hope it's a better one than my last 3 die roll. Okay, 5.
Okay, you do it, but there's a consequence.
Another clock, perhaps, mayhaps, or are we too far along for that one?
No, a clock might work. Yeah, I think a clock might work. I'm gonna make it pretty small though. Make it pretty small. There's like There's a consequence. You suffer harm, complication occurs, you have reduced effect. You end up in a desperate position. What would limited effect look like in this case? No, that doesn't make any sense. Let's just make a clock. Guards open governor's door.
Yep.
I'm gonna make it 4 segments. I'm gonna mark 2 off of that. I'm
Okay.
gonna mark 2 off of that.
Nice.
All right. I pull him up
is-
through the hole.
It's a consequence. You can resist it.
No, I accept the clock.
You pull him up through the hole.
Yeah. This clone is it sort of stirring, or is it still just like gonna be a while?
Yeah, that is a great
Half-baked.
question. Why don't we decide as a group how do clones in this universe work? Do you have to like
Hmm.
do some like coding to wake them up? Do you just slap him in the face a
Well,
couple
it's not
times?
Let's give it
androids,
true
but
love's
cloning
kiss
probably
to wake it up.
True love's kiss. Yeah, get a frog.
I was thinking it would be like
Little pinch on the cheek.
I think it would make sense if it's some sort of like a chemical, like
for
Not
sure.
that cheek, Danny.
concoction.
Yeah,
Basically,
I like that. Smelling salts, basically.
yeah, or even just like like a series of injections that.
For sure.
Bring you
Well,
back.
then maybe what it is then is that like the last injection is needed to wake it up. Like Mordecai got through most of it, and you had to wait until the last possible moment to wake it up.
Mhm.
And so I like you still need to inject this clone with this last solution before it wakes up.
Okay, I lay the clone down on a sofa, just like put it in like a repose.
Yep.
Go back over the hole. Mordecai,
Yes.
pass it to me.
All right. Grabs the syringe and just chucks it up the hole
Yep.
Where do I stick it?
in the clone.
Fine. And I just put it into his leg, just like right in the thigh.
I think I'm gonna need one last action.
Okay.
And while he's doing this,
Actually,
Mordecai
no, I don't need an action. I don't need an action. You can do
just
that.
thinking.
You can do
Yeah, and
that.
while he's doing that, Mordecai is putting the actual governor in the stasis pod. And,
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
I love it.
constantly checking his vitals, making sure he's alive because he did get
Mhm.
hit in the head by that gigantic Ramden.
Yep.
Now, Justin, just a refresher. We talked about this, what we could determine about the schedule of the governor for the day.
Yes.
He's come from the parade to the hotel.
Yep.
He's meant to go from this hotel to another keynote with the boring financials, correct?
Exactly. He was basically just like dropping some things off.
So
in
he's
his room.
expected relatively soon, probably.
Yep.
Okay. Just a final touch as I lay this clone down, in case things are slow. Is there any alcohol in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There
Yeah.
are.
I just grab a bottle, put it in front of him, pour a drink, and then just
Okay.
put it on the little glass table in front of him, and then
Okay.
we reseal the hole according to Gear's instructions. With the
As you
tools he
go,
left behind.
as you get down, though, I would like I think as an action to get down out of this hole unseen
Okay. Yeah. And quietly.
and quietly. Exactly.
All right. It's gonna be another scramble.
I think it's
Ah.
risky standard again.
I just keep stressing myself to ignore this minus die.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just play the odds here.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do 2 dice so that I don't have to stress myself.
Okay.
I'll stress myself and assist with this.
Okay. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
can see
What
that.
he does to assist is he yells up to Graves.
Oh, how about don't yell?
Whisper yells. He whisper yells up to Graves and tells him to turn on like the hollow TV and just blast it.
Oh, smart.
Ah,
Smart.
good. Yes. Graves turns on the TV. It takes a moment because he's not a TV guy. He clicks it on.
Hold on, I have to call
Yes,
the front desk.
okay.
It's not working.
I got a 6.
Okay, and you didn't spend a gambit, so you got to add a gambit to your crew.
Oh, that's right.
We finally have a gambit
You have a
again.
gambit again. That's good. You
It
get
almost
down.
seems like that Gears had to spend all 3 of her gambit like in a row.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did.
Big moves today. Big moves. Big moves.
I'm gonna say that you get down quietly and close the thing back up.
Yes. Excellent.
And all right. There's a
Gotta
few
get
things
out.
you got to get out, but here's the thing. I do. No, you do need to get out quietly. How are you gonna? Yeah, I'll let you decide that. I think all I will
Gears
say.
left had the like the lift with the so you can hide the pod back in that, but yeah, still gotta get out.
Okay, yeah. So right now our immediate goal is to get the pod back in its hiding spot under the lift.
No, I was
We're
talking
not-
about
Mhm.
he had like one of those like mobile like carts basically.
Oh,
And he
okay.
had hidden
Okay,
the
yeah.
pot. That's how he got it in. It was like
Yep.
it's
Okay, so
like
you got
the
it initially.
false
Okay, yeah.
top. So
Okay.
So we put it in there, and you're saying we could just wheel it around, and it would look like a
your
mechanic,
luggage potentially,
yeah,
or
or
just like a
luggage
bunch of
carrier or
gear.
something.
Well, then I don't
But-
know if I need an action.
That's you. That's up to you as the GM.
I
Sure.
don't think I need an action.
I certainly don't mind. We've all almost
I don't
died
think
already.
that
so-
anyone's gonna argue with you that you don't want an action. So, yeah.
Here's no. Here's what you're just gonna walk out with it in this thing.
Well, yeah.
I guess I don't understand what you're hiding it in.
It's just like a large hovering container, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe-
cart.
or like cart, or like so.
With
It's
a
like a flat
false
bed
bottom. Okay.
with that
So
like.
it looks like one of those luggage
and it
carts that
has
you would
stuff
put all
on
of
top.
your stuff on.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's like
tracking.
futury.
Future.
And then
Future luggage cart,
you're just putting this
dolly.
Yeah.
It's like and then you're just putting this stasis pod essentially on.
Yeah, it just slides
on it.
into it. Yeah.
Under the false bottom. Yep.
That's the part I don't understand. The false.
So there's a
bottom.
section that it's under, and that's
Well,
hot
it's
hidden.
not that there's a false bottom. It's like there's false stuff on top of it, right? So it's like a flat surface that's like hovering. There's a
Okay.
bunch of like
Like
tools and
prop
containers,
luggage that looks
prop
like
luggage
it's
Okay.
piled
okay.
on top of it.
Okay.
But that
alright.
just
False.
opens.
It's a farce.
Okay. Okay. I do. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. I think there is a role then. There's an
Yeah.
act. There's definitely some risk involved in that still. Then. Okay.
Is it better to go
Alright.
group roll on this? What do we think?
With the two of you, sure.
Well, I
It'll just be the two of us. Yeah.
it could be that. It could.
The two of us.
It might also just be like, where are you planning to walk out of the front door? Where are you planning?
Yeah.
out the
you-
window.
you just-
Yeah, I mean, if it looks like if what Gear set us up with looks close enough to luggage,
Okay.
then yeah, we can wheel out of here. I think I could do a setup roll though for Mordecai to wheel it out,
Okay.
and I'll create a diversion. How's
I
that?
like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Rather than just like we walk and hope we look normal, act casual.
I like that a lot. A diversion. I dig that a lot. What do you do to create this diversion?
Yeah, I grabbed one of those fancy bottles of alcohol. One for the Gov clone, one for me. And I'm just going to act, because I imagine I had a slightly fancier than usual clothes when I escorted Praxis still. And so I'm just going to act like a well-to-do drunk person who drank too much. And I'm going to go up to the, whatever you call it, the main counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
concierge.
attendant at the concierge desk.
Yeah, Noble Ramden. They probably wouldn't have never seen that before in their entire life, let alone a Ramden at all. It is still the same. It's the same attendant that was
Oh,
talking
no.
to you when you walked
Their
in.
shift hasn't ended.
Yeah, and his shift is definitely not undead. He's like, yes. Do you need anything? I'm so sorry.
Do you have any medals?
Do I have any? No. Just no, we don't carry metal around.
What kind of place is this? He takes another swig of his bottle.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to put that down, please.
Delicious, delicious. Great stuff.
No, sorry.
Yeah, here you go. He puts it down.
So that you're just diverting attention from
Oh,
just
yeah.
the concierge.
Yep.
I was expecting some
You're not
outrage.
doing anything to divert attention from like the very full lobby. You're just having
Yeah,
a conversation with the concierge.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
waiting
assumed
for.
a Ramden of my I just assumed my size would already be an issue, and that if I'm carrying a bottle around, that I don't know, but maybe it's not big enough.
I don't think so. No, I
Okay.
don't think big enough.
Yeah, I'll trip. I'll stumble and trip.
Okay.
Why did you do
Shatter the bottle while you do it.
Yeah,
There we go.
make some glass breaking noise. Yep.
Okay.
Smash
there we
that.
go.
Just start
there-
screaming.
Yeah, just say, you're attacking me.
I think now we're in setup territory.
Okay.
What action do you think you're using?
I guess I was picturing something too small for the scale of this building. I was thinking like
It's-
double tree Hilton Inn, like there's just two
No.
people downstairs and they're giving you
No,
warm
God, no.
cookies. You know,
Nope.
but you're right, totally. Yeah, totally
No,
missed
this is
that.
like your
My bad.
fancy Marriott experience.
Recalibrated.
Yes, yes.
There's like 100+ floors, so yeah.
What action are you using?
Oh gosh, this is not my territory as
It is
Graves.
not.
Ah, goodness. There's no like clear, like I guess it's Skulk. Is it?
I mean, you tell me.
Well, Skull could make more sense for what Mordecai would be rolling. I feel like
For sure.
Maybe. I mean, I think if you don't want to use one of the social indicators, like I think you could make an argument for why Scrap or Scramble would fit with
Yeah,
the physicality
yeah.
of what you're trying to do.
Certainly could.
Okay.
You tell me
I'll
what
go with
action.
Scramble. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's desperate and standard.
Okay. I'll use a gambit. Can I improve my position?
With a gambit, you just get an extra dice.
Can I trade then? Trade effect for position?
So, risky position, limited effect.
Because you said standard before, right?
I said standard before.
Yeah. Can we go risky limited?
Risky limited.
And then can I use my gambit? A
To add an
gambit's
extra
only
die?
for die, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Just want this to go well.
That makes sense.
Wait, so you're doing risky limited now?
Yes.
So you don't want a better effect? You don't want the outcome to be better?
I do want the outcome to be better, but I guess I'm still confused about position then, because I thought I was worse off if it was desperate.
It means if you fail, it's going to be way worse.
Yes, it means if you fail, it's gonna.
But if you succeed, it won't be as good.
Yeah, you're right then.
Because of the
I do
limited
want to
effect.
not trade my effect for position. So,
Okay,
okay.
so desperate standard again. Okay.
Yep. So I'll
You do
just
get
keep it
XP
as
for that, though.
presented. Yes, I'll keep it as presented for desperate, and I'll take the gambit die. So 4.
Okay. Did you take away a die for your level
Oh,
2?
sorry,
hunters?
no, I didn't.
Okay.
Would have been a 5.
Oh no.
5.
Oh,
Still a five.
Still 5.
All ones. Nah. You have a heart attack instantly.
Instant heart attack. It pulls attention away from this room. There are a lot of obviously posh people. They're like, oh my god, the scandal of this is ridiculous. I think the potential consequence though is that since it's desperate. You know what? No.
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 I know what it is.
No.
I think you're going to take a level 3 harm,
Oh.
a level 3 social harm.
Oh.
what the heck?
Yeah. We haven't thought about this a ton. What does this mean?
I think. I mean, it's basically like Graves is known amongst the elite.
Yeah, I've been asking for that for a while, huh?
Yeah.
Barking up the wrong trees.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we just call that like bad rep
For sure.
with elites or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah,
I'll just
yeah,
try
yeah.
to
You're not
fit
even
it in
resisting
the
that. You're
box.
just going to take that one.
Oh yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
It means you need help.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So the mechanical consequence need help. What comes of that then, Justin?
Yeah. So that's not good.
Need help.
Wow, we haven't gotten to this before, but what is need help? Arm examples. I mean, I think in this case it would be
Therapy.
therapy. No. I have to record. So
For 1 week, all you can do is go around saying, need help, need help.
Need help. Need help.
Help me.
Help.
What can I help you with? Need help. Need
Help. Help.
I'll have to find it later. It's not in the harm section, which is goofy.
Aw,
That's kind of kooky.
Kooky Duke.
Cookie Duke. So in my head,
That's where I want to be.
need help is in this case representative of the fact that it will be very easy to start tracking you and your crew. You're on security. You're on security feed here. And even despite the successful job, like it's like eventually it's gonna. Well, I guess no. If you replace it, they wouldn't know. Either way, like it'll be clear that you were here.
I found where it
So
describes.
is this? Oh,
So level 3 harm, your character is incapacitated and can't do anything unless you have help from someone else or push yourself to perform the action.
Cool. Then I think in this case you're surrounded by people helping you, or like trying to like help you, and they're basically like moving you to a section of the hotel where you can like sober up without.
What does that look like long term for him though? Like,
Yeah, as long as I have this
because the harm doesn't
on
just
me.
go away without him using.
As long as he has it, he's gonna have to push himself basically to do anything.
For any action of significance.
Then I think it is also that, and the fact that you are like your face will start being proliferated around the hegemony.
is this harm though? I mean, these just like
It's
it sounds
social
like
harm.
we're getting heat, and then
It's a social harm, which
There's-
is
Yep.
there's
Immediate
the
narrative.
book accounts for. You can have social
Oh.
or
Mhm.
physical
Yep.
harm.
Oh,
Another way
Steve.
to skin a bad cat. Yeah.
You should resist this. What are
The
you
thing is, if I
doing?
resist, I have 3 stress boxes, so I could be
gonna-
incapacitated
is there
either
a
way.
way
It's
I-
about 50-50. whereas
Amazing.
in
You're
this-
not incapacitated for every mission until who God knows when. Like,
yeah. I mean, what's one more trauma? You know,
Okay,
you just gotta roll a 3
okay.
or higher, dude. It's fine.
All
Or
right,
4 or higher.
all
4
right.
or higher. Sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
50-50.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
Okay, I'll roll to resist.
All right. I think then it's an insight. 'Cause
Oh, well, that's not good.
I know, but it is
All right.
certainly deception. So
Yeah. So I have
How's that
one
not
pip
resolve?
and insight. Well, either way, it's 1 pip.
Oh.
So what do? I roll.
you just roll the 1 die.
You just roll 1 die.
There's no way to add to it, correct?
You guys not think there's any way that Mordecai could feasibly use the protect action?
Not
for
while
this?
you're doing the thing I'm trying to enable you to
Yeah.
do. I'm just trying to get you the
Yeah.
benefit of a setup roll.
Yeah,
so
this is all a
this is
setup.
on me.
yeah.
All right, 1 die. That's what we want to put this on. All right,
Yeah.
You just need to roll 4 higher.
5.
There you
See?
go. One stress.
You're
Fine.
fine.
You're
Don't take
fine.
that level 3 harm.
Oh.
You take one.
Yeah.
Um,
If you have
Graves never knew that his deepest wound would be social. Gotta dodge this bullet.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah,
most of the
honestly.
nobles are just like, oh, what a. Forget about him. Ignore him. He's just a drunken ram in the middle of a. And people just. They're distracted, but they will not remember your face or name.
Oh,
And you
the
do it
nobles
though.
outside the core worlds don't know how to appreciate a good scandal.
It's true. That's true. I think then you can take +1 position or +1 effect there, Dr. Mordecai. What are you doing
Yeah.
to finally
Yeah,
get this?
We cut to like this big, like this very, very close up fishbowl view of Mordecai's face as he's sweating, just like, just like turning and pushing the cart through and out. I can choose between the +1 position or effect.
I believe so, yes. I'm trying to remember exactly what it says. Graves chooses the benefit.
oh, I mean, can't I ask him what he wants though?
I mean, it should be based on the nature of your setup action.
Oh.
So I would imagine in this case, the position is better.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me that the position is better.
Yep. Let's do that.
So what are you rolling?
I think that already in a better position. I feel like scramble makes sense. I was between skulk and scramble.
For sure.
I feel like scramble though, because I'm just trying to go fast now. I feel
You're
like
trying to
most
get out.
eyes
Yeah,
are
if you're going
on
fast, scramble makes more
Graves.
sense.
I think
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I will scramble.
Okay. I think it would have been desperate, but will be risky now with that.
Okay.
That plus position. But we'll say standard effect. Risky standard. And this is, I think, you do this, you guys are scot free. Although we have to figure out where Lido is.
Yeah.
Lito's not scot
You know,
free.
it's okay. We'll put Lido as well as Gears on the back burner for now, and let's get this governor out of here. I'm gonna push myself.
Okay.
Standard effect. I feel like I don't need more than standard effect, so I'm just gonna push myself for the die. Roll 3 die. Yeah, scrambling. That's 1-6.
Okay, you do it. And you get to add a gambit to your crew.
Heck yeah.
There you go. You've got that gambit. But you get out. And I mean, eventually I would imagine Graves leaves.
Yeah. I mean, when things calm down and
Yep.
I'm done making a fool of myself.
And eventually Gears would leave as well. I think you guys did it.
Oh my god.
Jesus
I think you guys did it.
All we have to do is rescue Praxis
All
now.
I did was traumatize myself.
I almost did.
And also, Praxis is under arrest. But he will be pardoned by the governor.
He will be
He's
burned.
traded for that.
I just need to bide my time.
You need to bide your time. Wild,
Your
y'all.
tithe.
Wild. I think
Oh.
though we have to have a little post credits scene. We got to have a post credits scene.
Praxis.
It is like dark, and then there is like a light, natural light, as though a grate were being opened. And as the light hits down, we see strapped to a chair is Praxis Thorn. There is a large door that opens, and a shadowed figure starts walking into the room. How are the accommodations? I apologize if you've been mistreated.
No apologies necessary. If you can see, it's quite lovely. Couldn't ask for better space.
Good. Well, now that you're comfortable, perhaps we can get down to business. And into this room, into the light, Praxis, you see a humanoid-looking figure that's about 6 or 7 feet tall. My name is Vorex. Perhaps you've heard of me, the infamous shadow broker across the Procyon sector. I deal in knowledge, secrets, information. Same as you, from what I've been able to gather.
I deal in things that may be a little more tangible, but secrets, knowledge, all that is interesting.
The rumors around a certain Praxis of House Thorn is that he intends to come back to his place of position and change the hegemony. At least that's the rumors that have been being proliferated around academia and nobility.
We both know rumors are unreliable.
Praxis, I don't respond very well to the implicit lightiness of noble speak. I'm going to be clear with you. And I would appreciate it if you would be clear with me as well. I think you and I can work together. I have knowledge that you might find incredibly useful in your pursuits. All I need for you to do is to get me close to that Ramden. And everything I know about the hegemony and the nobles you seek to burn down will be yours.
I'm listening.
Good. We have an accord then. And the screen will fade to black.
Don't betray me, Johnny.
I would never.
But maybe.
But
Praxis.
if it's juicy, if it's real good, I might.
Hey, we all know. Praxis Thorn, little Bartok, never said no to a good time. Always
right.
listen to a good proposition.
It's
That's
true.
right. That's right.
I just have to come up with something that Johnny will find interesting enough to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hard part for me. That's the hard part.
That's tough. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna work with Johnny and be like, Johnny, what does Praxis want?
Yeah. What would be juicy enough?
What would
that
be
you'd-
juicy enough that you'd consider doing it? Well, that was fun. I can't believe you pulled that off.
That was wild.
I can't believe you pulled that off at all. You all started
it took
dropping
down
like
half the
flies.
party.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But how many people can say that they've kidnapped the governor?
4.
Yeah,
What up?
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thanks.
Oh, 3.
Really-
Mordecai was here
really-
too.
I was gonna say 3 because Praxis was barely useful. He got you guys to
Yeah.
the floor you needed to be on, and then
You got us
saw.
in though. That cred
true,
flash. You got us into the hotel into a
That-
room.
I think
So-
that
You
would've
got
been
most of
much
the
harder.
guards off our
Yep.
backs.
And yeah.
I think that would have been much harder without Praxis there.
Oh,
Like
I just-
imagine if there was Thetis instead. Imagine how different this job would have been.
imagine how much
Imagine
there
if it was
was
Havoc.
who could become intangible, walk through walls, not be seen. Praxis could have done
NBD.
that, or Thetis could have done that alone.
Yeah.
NBD.
For sure.
I just pictured this strategy. Like I feel like we need a name for this, where like we go in and our MO is we know that anyone should be ready to sacrifice themselves for the rest of the crew in the mission. And I just picture like synchronized swimmers, like where you like see from the one angle and like they all start falling off to either side to reveal the one
Yeah.
behind them.
Yeah.
Like that was today.
It's like a Russian doll.
Very genuinely,
Russian
I think
doll.
that has always been my character's understanding of any given job. Is
I love it.
like if one of us goes down, but the job gets finished, then that person takes the hit.
It's called
Yeah.
professionalism.
I was about to say that seems like the definition of what a professional would say, right? Like the job gets done. Doesn't matter what happens to me as long as the job gets done.
Yeah. Although I almost leaned into my trauma of being obsessed with protecting you all and threw a detonator straight into the hallway full of
Oh my
guards
I wish
before
you had. I wish
before
you had.
Praxis
Oh my
went
gosh.
out.
I
I
wish
really
you
thought
had.
about it. I was like,
really
would I?
oh my gosh.
I'm really
Steve,
glad you did.
Steve,
I'm so glad you didn't. Oh my god.
you would these games you would probably hate playing with me because I would honestly genuinely look for ways to just like play into the trauma and vices of a character,
Oh yeah.
even if
Until
it's
your
screwed up
character
the rest
dies,
of the-
yeah.
and even if it's screwed up the crew, because like I think that's so fun to like throw wrenches in the narrative.
That's fun to a point.
It is for sure.
It
Not all
stops
the
being
time.
fun to play with really quickly.
I wouldn't do it all the I wouldn't do it all the time.
Wake up, eat some eggs,
but-
ruin lives.
But I would certainly like try and look for those moments.
Yeah, some real Leroy Jenkins energy.
Oh, for sure. That's me for sure.
I contemplated it, but I think there will be opportunities to lean into the trauma.
Please.
Maybe not when it's quite as high a risk.
Yes.
I just got mine.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
First
welcome to trauma.
Welcome to Trauma Land.
Welcome to
Trauma Town.
Is there any way to get rid of that, or just have it?
No, that's there, my friend.
And if you
there.
fill up all the trauma slots, do you,
You
just
retire.
You're
Alright.
out. You gotta get out.
Oh,
Yeah,
You gotta
new character-
retire. They're
too
gone.
traumatized.
Yep, I've got 2 trauma to go.
2 trauma to go.
Gosh.
I'm vicious and
Trauma to
obsessed.
curious. Thank you all so much for listening. We will have to see what happens in the Procyon sector now that the governor has been replaced by a clone controlled by the Boronico Syndicate. Wild
Also-
things to think about.
I just had a thought, but I'll tell you off air.
Please, if you're interested in supporting us, you can check out our Patreon, patreon.com/Dustfire Media. We have our Patreon exclusive show on there. And yeah, we will see you in 2 weeks on Twitch. We'll see you obviously next week for the audio. Danny will not be there. We're gonna figure out what we want to do. If we want to do Scum and Villainy or do something else, we're going to talk about that internally, but we'll do something. So you'll see us in 2 weeks. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
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 Thanks.